Hello. All right, just get some music going and we will be good to get started. Surviving Mars soundtrack was really good yesterday. Actually, I might go with that again in my history. Sorry, I'm coming in hot from just got back from the vet a minute ago as well, or like a few minutes ago. We thought we were going to bring Jinx to the vet. Well, I thought at 11, but it was actually 2:15. So, and she was there kind of a while. There we go. So we just got back. Pretty much. Alrighty. We're good to go. Hello, Alan. First in the door. Genome Cop, Jamichael, Damkara. See you guys. Vin, Philly, Sebastian. First names, always call them out. Ugh. Wow, what a cinematic shot, if I do say so myself. Get a few other things ready here just before we begin. Why can't I? Oh, there we go. I was gonna say I couldn't see my chat on the left side. And I just need stream elements open so that I can see if anyone drops any hot money, you know? Greetings from the Czech Republic. Hello, Tomas. Never been there. A friend of mine went not too long ago. Can't remember what city it was, but they were showing me pictures. It looked really nice. Capital of the Czech Republic. Prague? I think it was Prague. Could be some. Anyway. Yeah. Might be getting confused with another place. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Alright, Stream Elements is up and running. Chat's up and running. We're in the game. Let's go. Darn, by the way, can I declination your Discord? Your bit kicked me out after I got hacked a few weeks ago. Can I rejoin? My Bitmark kicked you out? Yeah, sure. What's your Discord name? And I'll make a note, and then after the stream I'll try to get to it. Good morning indeed. Right, Satisfactory. So today, we're gonna got a little to-do list. We have the cosmetics little bit done. Might do a little bit more here at the beginning. Then the plan is to connect the copper megafactory and the aluminum megafactory. That's what we started on yesterday. We built a big train line. It took a while, but it's connected now for the most part. So it's really just about getting the amounts right and starting running the machines. Your name is just Baddie. Yeah, so I don't know how to unban people, but I'll look into it. Baddie. Excuse me. I'm assuming there's like a ban list and it's just a matter of removing that. Hopefully it's as easy as that. Okay, alright, we're good to go. Hope everybody's doing well. Nice relaxing Friday, end of the week kind of thing. I've been doing a little bit here just this morning when I realized that I wasn't going to the vet in the morning. I was just like figuring out a few extra cosmetics and things. So just for a little while, I'm just going to continue doing just a little bit of cosmetics and then we'll get back to whatever's next on the thing. So the train station for the copper factory, which is just over there. How are the vehicles? All good. And then we have to get the copper factory, make sure there's at least the outputs that we're sending here are running at 100%, so they'll just be figuring that out. Thank you, no worries. Good morning. How's the vet appointment? Yeah, so Jinx, our little cat, she's 3, and she's a little on the tubby side, only a little bit. And she was weighed, so she's never been to this vet. We decided, so this is the vet that we kind of took Rex to. They're only 4 minutes away from it, so we're moving our pets to this vet instead. And yeah, so we thought we should register her there. There we go. Just as long as I can focus on a task, I can talk then. Yeah, we thought we should register her at the vet and just have them, you know, be nice and quick and easy to get to and all that kind of stuff. Anyways, yeah, she's doing pretty much fine. The reason we decided to take her was because a few days ago she stopped, or she was kind of acting like sad, like didn't want us to kind of come near, and she was kind of not coming out as much. And when I tried, we suspected there was something up with her mouth, like a sore tooth or something. So I was trying to like look at her mouth and she just wouldn't let me, so I was like, oh yeah, it seems something's definitely going on there. And then I noticed it seemed like she had a missing tooth, because it seemed like a few days before there was like a tooth that was kind of bent, and then a few days later it was just gone. So it's like, oh, pretty sure anyway, because it's really tiny, one of these front teeth that are tiny. So anyway, we took her and she checked over her teeth, and as soon as she looked at her teeth, there was just a few that were like wobbly, like, or one in particular, and she pushed it, the vet, and it just wobbled immediately, and she's like, okay, I'm gonna try and take that out, and she just pulled it out. So she's only 3, so to have like teeth that are bad, it's just like a small concern, but it's hopefully fine. And for now, they've just recommended like giving her just dry food, which is pretty much what she eats anyway, lately. And just monitoring it and trying to give her some dental hygiene stuff. So nothing, hopefully nothing underlying, no big serious issue. But that's pretty much it. And then we saw that she's like 10% overweight. She should be about 4 kilos for her size, and she's like 4.4. So yeah, so kind of generally a little less food if we can. We've already been kind of doing that because we didn't want her to get fat. And yeah, so just what the vet recommended was, if the nuts that she eats are all kind of the same size, you should try to get 2 variants so that they don't just get in the habit of like chewing them in the same place. Like they know they have to kind of move it around a bit and kind of that kind of stuff. So that's basically it. Anyway, very involved answer, but yeah. So all good generally speaking. Whoops. All good generally speaking, but yeah, we have to monitor her kind of teeth health because it seems bad. We put her on a dental plan as well today, or a kind of a general care plan that reduces dental costs for the future, just in case. So. Anyway, hello from New Zealand. Wanted to ask, do you play with global illumination on all the time? I do, yeah. Well, I never turn it off. I have it set to high, and then I have it set to bright. The 2 settings. So you have global illumination here, high, and then if you press this little drop down, you can choose the style. But some people find it to be very dark, so I've set mine to bright. Brightens it up a bit. So it doesn't get ultra dark. It can still be pretty dark, but it's not like ultra dark. Alright, so yeah, just wanted to kind of color out that area. I want to build some stairs that lead down, and we'll just do a couple staircases for these groups, and then we'll move on to the train stuff again. And good morning, good afternoon. One thing I said that I was going to do yesterday as well was move these pipes over. It would be beneficial if we could keep them on, maybe on this track here. Yeah, so I think I'll probably do that. These were kind of blueprinted. I feel like I don't really need to blueprint them. We'll just build these because it's at the beginning there's a lot, but as soon as we get here there's only like 3 or 4, and I don't know if it's any quicker or not just to delete them. It was suggested, yeah, what I'll do is I'll lay out the pipe and then we'll just disconnect and reconnect them, kind of, you know what I mean? So I guess I'll just do that now, and that will give me room then to have walkways on this side, like you can come downstairs and go upstairs, and that could look good. So yeah, we'll follow along this line here. So this was a blueprint and it looks like that. I guess we could use it and just chop away the bits we don't need then. I suppose that's the safest thing to do. Something like that. And in the center, yeah. Are these marked II, I wonder? Watching this while I do my school stuff. Nice. Good background content, hopefully. Alright, nice. Yeah, so I guess I will just do this, and we'll just auto-connect them. And I'll just branch them off again, so I don't know how far I can actually auto-connect can actually work. Oh, you click it and then you drag, don't you? Yeah. So we go like this. We get our 6 connected, and then we just drag it down. So... now, overlapping another object's clearance. Is it that? Or is it something else? Because we should be able to clip through a pipe. Like this is fine. Pipe is too long. Okay, that's fine then. Yeah, cool. Just gauge in the space. So go here. Keep it straight. Keep it in line with that. All good. Now... oh, well, look at this, Mr. Coffee Stain. They've managed to get the paint to translate on the auto-connect. Nice one. That's really good. It didn't do that before. So the auto-connected pieces, you'd have to paint again. Look at them. Didn't even see that in the patch notes. Maybe it was there, I just didn't notice it. You're listening. Yeah, good stuff. Makes things even quicker. I was in the last patch. Matches whatever you connect to. That's awesome. Yeah, I guess I just didn't see it in the notes. Missing copper sheet. Yeah, we don't really need that much actually after this point anyway. How far do we want to go down? Go to about here, I guess, and then just work manually from there. Because by this point, we're only dealing with the 3 on the bottom. Multiple tool blueprints would have been probably good, but oh well. Yeah, that's great. That's excellent. This is gonna make everything so much better. How about that? Some positivity compared to yesterday. I was kind of negative yesterday. Yeah, because these are all going into this side anyway, so it's like, yeah, you don't need to change any of this stuff. Oh my god, excuse me. And then we can build the stairs, and with some glass things above me here, maybe some light will spill in a bit better, because it is quite dark in here. It's not terrible, but, you know, as it gets late, it becomes really difficult to see in there, so I could add some lights. Maybe even a few of these, just 1 or 2 of them. Not as even and spaced out, but just like every now and then at the different groups, maybe. Because it is 2 foundations, so it'd still work fine. Good afternoon. Hey, Martin. How are we all doing? I'm doing good. Hope everyone is doing good, too. How's the process going? It's going good. So I'm just doing a little bit of cosmetics for a while, and then we'll do more of the train station stuff. Which is going to be more about the logic now than anything. Alright, I came up here for a reason. I just immediately forgot what that was. Oh yeah, I remember now. So remember, we used different methods of connecting these. I want them all to be the same method. We know that that original method works, so I'm just going to correct that. Make them all the same. It's kind of annoying the way that happens, but oh well. What can you do? So I've colored this white, and brightened it a little bit, but I didn't go the full way. You could go like, you can go really white if you want. So it's at 5. You go to 10, it'll be like ultra white. What do you think? Should we go ultra white, or do we want kind of faded white? And then just for comparison's sake, you can see this is what normal would look like. So that's standard white. This is like, so that's 1, that's 5, and this is 10. This is very polished. And that's what I did in my recent factory. I just thought maybe it wouldn't look good here, but maybe it will. Kind of does look good. You think the faded? Let's do a little mini poll, just really super quick. So I'll just list 1, 5, and 10 for brightness. The brightness being 10 on the left, 1 in the middle. Sorry, 10 on the left, then 5, then 1. Right, pretty straightforward. Do a quick little poll about that, see if anybody cares. Middle one is winning out. Middle one means I don't have to change anything. There's also that to factor in. Our 5 is winning the vote right now. So one thing I wanted to do was just correct this one, right? This was the test where we keep the pipes above ground, but I can go underneath now and make it the way it was, I guess. So this was connecting over. And then one of them has their valve set really weird. Whoops. Oh, it's disconnected there. Oh, nice. That's a pretty quick connection then. I don't have to do much else. But this might need its pipe reset, I guess, to get working. So you can be chopped away. And you can be plugged back in. Actually in a very good mood. You know, it's nice to know that the cat's okay. We were kind of worried. We were looking up stuff. I know I'm talking about my cats like so much. Not like a crazy cat person. do love them, but I'm not like super obsessed to the extreme. But I suppose it is one of the only things going on in my life. But yeah, we were kind of worried. I guess since Nyx had her problems, it's like we're just really making sure our cats are okay now. And then we just happened to get one that had all these injuries, so that was just another thing. Anyways, yeah, it was just good to see that like she's okay, or it seems to be, because we were looking stuff up to do with like teeth problems at a young age, and it's like cancer and all this stuff. It's like, oh, is this just the internet doing its thing, or is this actually likely, and all this stuff. So, but it seemed the vet was like pretty. He was like, yeah, this is fine. Just come back in a few months and we'll see, track its progress and see if the inflammation is going down. Because their gums are just a bit red or whatever, but there's no sign of anything else like that might be indicative of a problem, so that's good. Alright, so they're reconnected now. Easy as that, I guess. I need to find the group that had the valves changed and just set them back. I think it was this one. Yeah, it looks like the vote's gone 59, 61% for the middle. So we'll just keep it as the middle. A little faded. Not super ultra clean. So this didn't have any problems with the valves being set like this. So that's equally as valid. But obviously if they don't need to be set, then just leave it, I guess. Like now we notice all these crazy problems or something. That'd be funny and annoying, but hopefully not. Checkered with 5 and 1? No, I'm not doing checkered. Checkered's insane. To me. It'd be checkered like it's like to me it's like it reminds me of like a mental asylum or something. It's just not that it would be like that in there, but it's what you'd see or something. I don't know why I feel that way. I just do. Repeating patterns, I guess. So just leave it as is. That's 5. Totally fine by me. So yeah, I was starting to build these, but I'm thinking actually it'd be nicer if the power came from below, so I might do the power downstairs. And it's basically just that the idea is that we can just go to other groups if we want, or just go straight all the way down from one end to the other. Just especially when getting to the train. The train is like so far down the other side. I doubt I'll really be pulling off at other sides very often, but it's good to have the option. So that was the idea behind that. Yeah, and I'd like to start trying to use these more then, just to see if we notice fluctuations or problems, rather than having to check machines. As long as they're running at 702, we're good, so I'm going to start trying to trust them a bit better. How much height did you leave in the logistics floor? I often run out of space, and I've been playing with different spacing to make it easier to manage. Normally when I'm building factories, I have a height of 3 walls. 4, I think, is really the safe zone, but I think 3 is usually what is the kind of minimum I go for. So, I'm not sure what I did here. Is this 3? Yeah, this is just 3. Actually, a weird uneven 3. That's really unusual for me to do. You should always go from the part of the floor that you're walking. Should be the top and bottom. That's very weird, but maybe there was a reason for it. So I guess it's 3 walls and a meter. So 4, 8, 12. It's 13 meters distance here. But yeah, I would advise at least 12, preferably 16. And that gives you a lot of flexibility for bringing stuff up and over each other. And always be divisible of 2. Don't do what I did there. That must have been a mistake, but I guess we're fine. Right, sorry, let me get back down there and continue with the pipes. So we've reset the valves. They're all running on the same system now. They might need one final reset because we're going to be moving these pipes around a bit. I could bank it up in fluid buffers, but I might just reset them. So this pipe is already gone at this stage, so we'll just chop away that left one. Cool. And then at this level, this pipe is gone, so we'll just get rid of this bit here so I know. Alright, so that's group 1, group 2, then we have group 3 here. So that one ends here as well or whatever. Then we break away the next one on the left. We're just going to continue with these two now. in the center. Yeah, it should be. What? Pipe is too long. I just did it though. How did I do that one? They're the same length, aren't they? That's a weird one. Well, the same length for sure. Not a big deal. It's just I've never seen that before where it's like, oh, no, wrong. Oh, can we go from here? No? Okay, whatever. Weird. Like a decimal point difference or something, maybe? Definitely wasn't on the other side of it either. Front. Hello, everyone. I missed the vote. That's okay. Wrong spacing? Oh, yeah, you're right, actually. Oh, that might be why they were bent out a little. It wasn't super straight. Well. Okay, scrap this. First mistake of the day. Should have like a mistake counter. How long it takes me and how many I make, you know. User error counter. Alright, so the pipes are pretty much ready to get connected. I guess what would help me a little bit is... we're gonna go in line here. Go higher. I don't know why. Okay. I guess I do know why. I probably connected that first and then brought that up to a certain height. This is off the ground, is it? Oh, they're clipped through each other. I see. You're trying to mask what you're doing. By you, I mean me. Past me. Reconnect that one. I guess we could reconnect that one first. Just go one by one, maybe. So I'll start sending water down this pipe. Obviously, I'll change that, but just for now, just let it go this way. Actually, is there a point in doing that? How far out do we need to go? I should just bring this all the way back, shouldn't I? Yeah, screw it. We'll just let these be disconnected. Screw it. Fine. Right, we'll bring this down. So you need to auto-connect in. I cut some of your buddies away already. You're also hard on yourself. We're here because you like your content. Thanks. Yeah, I know. I'm very self-deprecating. Just got no confidence, basically. So that's just the way it is. So we need to get to... Got it. So line up with there. Line up with here. Make sure we are straight. Cool. That we can go that far. So is this a blueprint? Connect one more time, please. Hey, no, I didn't want to do that. Oh my god. I'm gonna try and connect to both. Not possible. Alright, good. Alright, now we just plug these back in, and then I have to just go to each group and fix them, effectively. So, straight pipe, please. Good. I guess, might leave these until they're completely drained, although some are just disconnected anyway. So the first one that we need to join onto here. Simple as that. So you're reconnected and in. Next one here. Probably a bit too long for you to go. Oh no, you're okay. You're in. Third one has to go up a little bit. See if horizontal to vertical or straight pipes can help me out here. So that's where we need to go. Yeah, okay. Presumably there, and it'll just work itself out, right? With that, can we do it from this side? I think I'll do that because future pipes will need to do this anyway. Okay, so you're back in. Good afternoon, Helion. Hello, Khalid. Or Khalid. For anyone just joining, I'm kind of doing cosmetics. It's like logic cosmetics, I guess. I want to move these pipes over here so that we can have walkways that can kind of come down in a bit more of an easy fashion. I'm cutting away some of this old stuff, but it means our refineries are probably going to reset. It's just fine. But this will look a lot better, and then we can put some lights down here to make it a little easier on the eye. The next one here. So same sort of thing. Just get the support to go just a little further back behind this. Okay. Do the colors later. Alright, that's alright. One thing that slightly bothers me for some reason, it's just that this is offset, but I guess it doesn't matter. I'll just plug it back into where it's currently existing. Seems to be handling it just fine. So you come this way, we'll do horizontal to vertical. There. And then straight mode in. And then just the last one down here. So I don't have to do that. We have to handle those rocks and things. Everyone else is connecting there, right? So nice, alright, cool. We should be reconnected. Just gonna delete all this old pipe, then we'll build some stairwells, put in a few lights. Call it a day. Just a suggestion from Avish. Might want to place the sack of pipe stand 3 times. It might help with water junctions for the... No, we're all good. It works. There's no need to do anything. I appreciate the suggestion though, but if it works, let's just leave it. It's been working for a long time, no issues, so I'm okay with it. Basically, the way I did it means that the pipe is raised when it's recycled. It comes in over the other ones, and so I guess that takes care of the priority. The water recycler does have priority because it starts higher than the input water. So it's actually always worked. I just assumed it didn't because we ran out of bauxite and it would look like the machine was full of water. But that's because it was running out of bauxite, the water was being pumped in, and then eventually the bauxite would get delivered, but it had nowhere to go because too much water had come in. And I was like, I would just see it after the fact and be like, oh, how, you know, the water broke down. But it's like, no, you ran out of bauxite and it filled up. So an easy misdiagnosis, because you'd think it would be the complicated thing that happened, you know, but it wasn't. And it's funny, the 3 different setups we used, they all worked. They actually all worked. Setting the valves to a really particular rate worked. Raising the pipe worked. And then doing the original setup worked. They all worked. So there's actually no water issues with this at all. Seemingly. Do I have room for all this? Yeah, I guess so. Well, when will 1.1 officially be out? I don't think they've said. Oh, it's no worry, Cat Lads. You don't have to apologize. I hope your week wasn't too bad, though. Yeah, I don't even think they've given a window of when it's coming out. People are like inferring based on the times of other updates and how long they've taken. But I mean, it just got a patch recently. I would assume once the patches get really small, then you're close to the release. The last one was actually kind of, there was quite a few fixes in it, so now they wait, they test, they see anything else cropping up, then they drop another patch or they push it to main. You know, that's usually how it goes. You know, I'm kind of the only thing I'm disappointed with this patch at the moment is trucks do seem messed up, a little bit more messed up than usual. Definitely different anyway, that's for sure. So I would just hope that either, I'm not looking for an overhaul, but some sort of either acknowledgement or addressing of that would be nice. Because it feels like nobody really knows if it's even true. I'll leave that there for now. Right, so there we go. The pipes have been moved. These might fluctuate now a little bit because we just disturbed the water. Yeah, but they might just continue as is. If the system works, it might just correct itself now. If it truly means... But yeah, I wonder how that'll happen. What'll happen with the recyclers. As long as they're getting their water out. As long as they have priority, which they should. There should be no problem. The worst case would be like some water might get backed up in the extractors. Right, so what I wanted to do and why I wanted to do that was now we know the pipes are all traveling along this. All in a straight line, which means everything on the white is clear for us to build stairs up and down. For the most part. Obviously there's a big giant rock in the way soon. I'm just wondering, do we want to do it in the middle? So the junctions come out in the middle. You could have a staircase like here. Let me just see, what's right down below me? Yeah. So you come out along the center when you get jutted out, and then you can go down left or right. On this side, it could only be this way. So I was thinking, stairs comes down this way, stairs comes down this way. So it's like double stairs or whatever. You could even have triple stairs if you wanted to make it real wide. That'd be 1 2 1 2 1 2. So I guess here. This is a test, so let's do that. We're going to be offset by 1 now because of that problem I just mentioned earlier, right? We have to go deep down below. Well, we don't see down below very often, so it might be fine. I mean, you see that, but I could just make the foundations on the bottom thicker. You could also do the small 1 meter, but I wouldn't want that either. I'd rather it just go down, so like that. We'll just do 1 and see what it looks like, and if we're happy with it, then we'll continue. If not, do something else. So this one won't work because the cliff thing is in the way, right? Yeah. That's what I was hoping to do. Have that on each one. But we could just have them facing this direction. That might be fine, so forget that side. Just means that if you're running down this side of the factory to go downstairs, you have to run around. But Happy Friday indeed. Hey, Griffin. We might have GTA 6 before a stable 1.1. That's funny. How long has it been? It's only been, what, a month and a half or something? I don't know. I have no idea how long it's been. It feels like less than 2 months. Pipeline junctions act as a low priority merge when pointing up. Top input is high. Yeah, that mine kind of... Coincidentally, I didn't plan for that, but mine had been built that way. Well, to an extent. If you have a look at how it works, I know it looks super complicated here, but basically, the recycling comes out here and there. So these are connected to 3, and these are connected to 3. So the standard input comes in this way, goes up, across, and then it goes down onto the top of a junction. That feeds around, and then it joins the recycler and goes up. So I was like, I don't know. Do we have priority here or don't we? And I think, I don't know, but I think the only reason we do, because it does work, is that this starts at a higher source and it comes along. So I still think this pipeline has priority to push and go up versus this one. I could be wrong, but it does work. I've also set valves to encourage direction, but you would think that, oh, the junction's pointing up, so your input has the priority. But we want the recyclers to have priority, and they do. So I couldn't really tell you how it works. It just does. That's all that matters. I have a system, like I said, it coming up for my next video, which will be, oh, that's so annoying. Is that the cliff? Oh, yeah. Where it can't fail. So, because it's separate pipelines. New CM? There's another new community manager, is there? This is okay. I wonder, what do I do here? That's something they haven't done. I don't know if they care to. This doesn't have the color of that, so if I copy this, it has the color, right? Oh, actually, did I not copy it at all? I know I copied this, yeah. So this is a foundation, 2 meters. Copy it. If I place that, it'll be white. And so that's great. But if I copy it and change it to a 4 meter, it won't have the color. The persistent paintables mod did keep that information. That was really good in my opinion. It's like whatever you copy, that's the color the thing's going to be, even if you change the thing. Can we get that, please? I know you're watching. I know you exclusively watch me, so let's make that happen. Let's circle back next week after you've made that happen. Thanks. Hello. Hey, that boy. That boy. Wow. Kind of like the idea of the bottom steps actually just being regular, and we could color those different. Like as the last steps. Be cool if they could have zigzag lines on them. There's 2 new CMs for Coffee Stain. How new are we talking? Let me see. Like there's that Mikhail guy, is it? I think his name is. Add different add LCDs. Yeah, the LCDs actually might be nice. The different color kills me. Oh yeah, new community manager approaches. Let me judge them immediately, just from looks alone.
Kill already started out for me.
I hate him already. I'm joking. It's fine.
Build the
So Jason. Jason!
Sorry.
I don't know if you've ever played what's it called? Heavy Rain. But Jason is a bit of a meme name to me because I just think of the guy in Heavy Rain screaming for Jason. Jason! Badly. Yeah, cool. Yeah, Heavy Rain. Jason! It's awesome. It's just like, you need to play the game to know, but it's just like, it's really kind of badly acted and over the top, and he says it a million times, like, Jason! So I just find it funny. Did they used to have these icons in the top right where you can see it, what it would look like on the thing? Never noticed that before. Yeah, so we could have little lights, maybe. Let me go grab one. Oof. Well, don't worry about that. We won't see that in a minute. Ooh, nice. Oh. Now we could change the color back to normal. But it has to be polished though. Ow, ow, stop it. Now, we don't see it if we're here, unless... Oh. Oh. That reminds me of Randy from South Park. Oh. A bit awkward to place this though, so maybe I'll just do this. Could blueprint them then, maybe just to make them go down quickly. You can walk up them fine anyway, so that's good. You wanted, you could even do the, like, hazard symbol sign thing? Does that work? Oh no, it only works with display signs. Yeah, never mind. Like, they are display signs, but I mean the one that's literally called display sign. That's cool, cool little underglow we're getting though. Little bounce lighting. Sean. Sean! Play Heavy Rain again. Alright, cool. Kind of got that figured out. I think it looks okay. I'll probably do 4-meter foundations here so that we mask the little bit of underfloor. For some reason, this is 13 meters from there to there. It should be 12. I must have made a mistake a long time ago, so it is what it is. We'll deal with it. But that'll be our little way down. I would say invert the colors probably of the railing. You can stand out a bit more. Whoa. Oh no, I've gone the wrong way. I'm pressing E. I think I have to go past the thing. There we go, I'm back. That was funny though. Alright, cool. Coming along. Try blue. No, I'm not going to do blue. It's got to stay on theme for this floor. In my opinion. Put my foot down on that one. I guess there's blue on this floor, but yeah, no, I'm still just going to say no and pretend like that doesn't matter. Rightio. That'll be one group. Fill in the floor. So yeah, I have to get rid of this floor and do 4-meter foundations. So 2 blueprints are needed. We need the blueprint for this. And I guess before I do the floors down here, it's probably just going to be concrete. I don't think I'll paint it or do anything different with it. Color-wise, because it's the logistics floor. I'll just leave it open. Fine. Oh yeah, and the power needs to go downstairs. Okay, so let's make some blueprints. Alright, so first blueprint is the staircases themselves. So it's 4 of these, isn't it? Just to be doubly sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. Lights on the bottom, rails going around. So we could do the whole thing. Kind of, yeah. Okay. Needs to be a 1, doesn't it? That's what we have. So this bit, it's 3 meters sticking underneath the ground. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll just leave it like that. That's fine. Cool. It just means that basically we're starting from there. That's where the lights need to go in. Maybe use the inverted ramps. No, I don't want to. I do that in certain places with the staircases, but I want like a kind of more blocky feel to it. So I'm happy just to have this. Like, there's nothing that needs to go under it, so I like that kind of look to it personally. In fact, I would even probably extend this further back underneath this bit. Maybe. I'll just leave it as is, but you know, I'd be open to that. So let's copy this. I also just want it to be quick. I don't, you know, you can. I'm 100% sure you can make this look way better, but just want some quick cosmetics to throw down. Complete the look of the factory. Build little staircases at each one and move on to more logic stuff. Just that I have to do this 6 times over, so it seemed to make sense to just make a blueprint for it. Okay, so this floor can go. And we could do the railing up top if we want. So... One, two, three. Yep. So it's 1, 2, 3. Now I'm just gonna get rid of the floor. And then we don't have to change anything with the existing layout. We just throw these down in the gaps that we create, and it should just fit and look okay. Bit weird, but whatever. Do I want, do we need any kind of railing on the way, all the way down, maybe? Because you could do that as well. That's the only thing that would be missing. Normally with these types of things, what I do is like I actually have a wall go all the way down, so you can't like run off to the side. I just think it'd probably look better if we had the railing here as well. But that can look weird sometimes, especially if it's going to go through the floor. Or even just to there. I don't know. Clearly need railings for safety? Yeah, maybe. What if I did make it a block the whole way down? There will be a floor here anyway, so there's no problem there. I'm inclined to think that that's the way to do it. Yeah, so I'll probably do the blocks. Why can't, wait, can't you nudge them? The railings? Yeah, you could nudge them. Oh, actually, I don't know if railings can be nudged. Can they? Hey, they can. Just keep going like that. So you could start from the bottom and go up. But I think I'll just do this. This is okay. This will come out a bit. Will that look weird from outside, having blocks every now and then? The plan for me underneath was to have like the kind of hex windows or something. Some windows with some pattern on them. To make them look a bit more structural. These are more like less structural. You know, the bottom ones need to be structural. I do like that when you're actually walking up and down it. I just think from far it might look a bit weird. But I'll probably just stick with it and we'll make it work. Could do half foundations as well, I guess. Let's try half foundations. Do the half foundations have like a cross on them? Or like a pattern on the outside? I think that's okay to face out. Then on the inside it'll look smooth when you're walking down. And just the logistics floor where things look a little less nice, we'll have it. I've actually flipped every second one. Okay. It's so hard to know. There we go. That'd be a bit thinner, might look a little bit better. And what we could do is have a nice little portrait sign here saying which group you're at. You're coming up at like group A. That might be kind of cool. Yeah, we'll go with that. And so the sign will look something like, let's just do one as an example. Something like that, maybe? Because I've gone for this, like, faded white. We made a vote early on. It's like I said, do we want strong white or kind of faded white? That'd be strong white. It would look really clean, I guess. But, yep, people voted, so we're sticking with the kind of more faded version. That means that the sign will need to be maybe grayed a little bit. Walls look dirty now. So bring this down to maybe about there. Might look a bit better. Maybe even more. Probably good enough. Nudge the foundation inside. No, I'm not going to do that. I don't like clipping things through things like that. Because you see it. I hate clipping, man. You always see it. Like when things are the same, it's like it's less noticeable, but I know it's happening, you know? So I just don't like it. I can't stand that. And so I see people building like these circular buildings, and it's like when you walk around them, it's like everything's flickering. It's like, yeah, it looks great in screenshots. And there's ways of like resetting things. You change the material, you change it back, and the Z buffer realigns. But then sometimes it just breaks on load. I'm like, I just don't want to deal with that, so I just avoid it. Yeah, I'm not doing any of that rebuilding pillars to fight this stop the Z funny. It's fine. It's fine. You know, I'll just not do it. But each to their own. It's honestly, if you can get it to work and then it's not Z fighting, more power to you. There's things that I've done where the only one I can think of recently is the truck stations that were built at an angle in my latest video, or one of the latest videos. And it took a while, but I got them to stop the Z fighting and I saved the blueprints. And I was like, great, these don't have any Z fighting. And then I placed 6 of them and 4 of them don't and 2 do. So it just reset itself somehow. It's all from a blueprint. So I was like, okay. I'm just inclined to not bother. What is that word you're saying? Z fighting? Z fighting. Z fighting? Z fighting. Depends where you're from, I guess. Z, Z, G, Zer. Loads of ways to say it. Where I grew up, we say Z. But I say Z sometimes. I think Z is like more clear what you're actually saying. Z, find it hard to sometimes know exactly. Fighting. Z fighting. Yeah, so what it means is when things are fighting, it's called Z fighting because it usually means that the axis Not going to do it now. There it is. So it's like flickering, right? So these two textures are on the exact same coordinate, pretty much. But based on my perspective, it's fighting itself on which one to show me first. So it's called Z fighting. So the way to fix it would be to one of these to be offset by a very, very small decimal point. And then that wouldn't happen. And the game does try that actually in certain things, but not, you know, it doesn't always work. But in this case, it would be called like Y fighting. But yeah, it's normally just called Z fighting. Or Z fighting. Whatever. Dragon Ball Z. Yeah, I say Dragon Ball Z, definitely, obviously. Alright, anyway, so I'm happy with that. We'll do the half foundations. We'll pop some signs on the sides. And we'll be off to the races. Let's do it. Half foundations inside. I'll just copy those signs just to have them. Could do the blueprinted sign with light, actually. Yeah, let me get rid of that. So floor sign with light I have. And sorry, I've been finding lately I've been kind of slurring my words. Hope it's not a sign of a bigger problem. I think I'm just being lazy. I don't think we really need a sign underneath that says anything. They're all the same thing. You could just say logistics. Kind of nice. All right, let's go with that then. Yeah, that sign is nicer, definitely. Especially at nighttime with the light on it, it'll look good. Okay, so next thing is the foundations. Double check that against this one again, just make sure I've done that right. Okay, so 3, yeah, it's just that offset of 3 is annoying. Okay, whatever. Whatever. Also come too far forward. Oh, that'd be okay. Right, so... Oh no, that will just work, actually. That should work, I think. They're painted. This will be underneath. Yeah, that's okay. But this is... I'm gonna have to move this back now. So... Okay. That height should be okay. You know, they'll all say the same thing. I just still think it looks kind of nice. All right, let me just save this and see, will this work? I'll just go down to one of the other groups real quick and test it out. We are starting on the foundation before this here. Oh yeah, the rock thing is right in the way there. But we can rotate this one around. That'd be okay. They might just have to be in different... Maybe I'll just do that. Every second one will be facing to the other direction. So instead we're going with here. Oh yeah, I don't need to chop away the whole thing. There we go. Nice. Okay, works. Just kind of. So yeah, let's do that. We'll do that at every one. So the next one will face in, the next one will face out. Looks good. That damn rock, I know. That damn smile. Excellent. We will change these names. Cool. That's so quick and easy now. It's so fast and so much better to build now with blueprints. Just generally. Right, so the next one's down here. We'll face this middle point. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This offset. Oh yeah, there's some foundation on this side, not on the other one. Ah, whatever. It's fine. Figure it out. This is right? Yep. Because I have to do the floor again anyway, so no big deal. The plan was to have one facing the like both sides, so it's like another one there, another one, like so 2 stairwells going down. But yeah, that rock thing is kind of in the way, and these are fairly big anyway, so I guess there'd be just a lot of stairwells. All right, just one more needs to go over this way. This one's a bit of an awkward one though, I think, because that needs to move. I guess it's not at this height though, so it's okay. Alright, so it's just the height of this needs to change. It needs to be a 4 meter, and that will cover anything that's poking through, and that's totally fine as well. I know I have a hoverback, yeah. Not being able to spin in nudge mode is such a drag. Need infinite nudge back ASAP. Oh yeah. But you used to be able to. Did they get rid of that? Oh wait. Oh, but oh, I see what you're saying. So when you lock it, you can't. Oh yeah, I never really thought about that. But yeah, it'd be good to have that. Right, so a little tedious, but I gotta remove the floor. At least on this side. I could do maybe the other side myself later. Was this done with blueprints? No. I guess I should make a 4 meter foundation blueprint so we can at least lay it back faster. But it'll take a little while to remove it. probably have this blueprint already, to be honest. 5x5 foundation. Alright, cool. Just gonna clear out that bottom floor now. Sorry, let me catch some of the chat. If you want less space in front, it wouldn't hurt to move all the walls back. Then they'd extend behind the stairs. Not sure I understand. And sorry. Sorry for not understanding. Morning, afternoon. Hey, Tim. Yeah, I'm having a good day. Can you try something a bit round? No. I don't do circles in this game because, like I said, it's all has to be done with beams and Zed fighting and all this stuff. Just can't be bothered with it. It's too much effort. It does look good, but it just takes so long. So I'm not going to do it. That's just the one thing I just don't bother with. Because I used to, in my Update 7 series, I was like making curved roads, and it's like you spend hours doing it. It's just not worth it. I want to make some progress. At least me. I know with blueprints and stuff now, it's be a bit quicker, and I tried to do angled beams for certain things, but I just can't be bothered anymore. Cannot be bothered. I'm just gonna get rid of this, then we'll place down blueprinted versions of these foundations. Oh, this isn't blueprint. I was like, what's wrong with this one? Yeah. The indent on the inner part of the floor might look nice. The indent on the inner part of the floor might look nice. I'm not sure what you mean. Maybe change the flooring around the edges. Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, I sometimes do that. I was thinking of putting down patterns to show it off. I don't know what color floor or floor type I would go with. But I normally do that. I like separate floors, usually with fixed foundations that are like unpainted or something. But this one's quite large, so I would rather, if anything, just do something as basic like that. But I kind of think it just looks better clean. And I don't want to spend too long on it, so again, I'm just going to try and move forward a basic approach. Because I'd like to just get to building the train stations and stuff. This was meant to just be nice and quick. Yesterday I said it'd be quick and it took 2 hours, and it was just building a roof. So just gonna, unfortunately, I hate saying it. It's like, no, I'm just not gonna do that. It's like, I'm sorry, but I just have a plan. I'm just gonna do it basic. Yeah, the patterns looked okay. Well, maybe we could do a vote on keeping those patterns or not. Let you guys have a say on that at least, because obviously the patterns would be super quick to add. If you want to see factories for me that look somewhat good, where I do try certain, like, different things, my video series is the ones that I do that in. The latest 2 videos, probably some of the most creative I've gotten in some ways, with those like angled truck stations and the super bold colors and stuff that was in that place. That bit last. You already have a big 4x4? Well, now we've got a 5x5. So this doesn't need to be there, right? Not leaving crates, am I? We do have one dismantle crate nearby. Oh, it's not nearby. Okay, good. All right. That's it. Think. Thinking about, I don't mean to be annoying, but I might just move this out a bit actually and start from the outside in. That's as far as I wanted to go. Yeah. They're just gonna realign that, because then doing the rest will be a bit more easy. Hazard sign towards the logistics floor. Yeah, you could do hazard signs along the this thing, right? That's what I did in my truck station thing. Maybe. Make a blueprint for it quickly. Wonder, did I blueprint it before, actually? Hey darn. Is the stairs alternated direction correct? Yes. It was done because there was giant rocks in the way, so I made one of them would have had to be offset, no matter what. Even if we flipped and went all the other way, the other direction, either way, it seemed like one would have to be offset. So because of that, every second one is offset for all of them, so that way it's still even. I'm gonna waste stuff, so we'll just leave that gap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. So this one wasn't blueprinted. I'll just remove it. We'll place the blueprint down, just so that if in the future, if we ever change it, I can just delete the whole thing easily. I don't like having one that's just not right. Okay, that's that. Was it this way? No, it wasn't, right? It was the other way. So these two are the same. Yeah, let me see if this last one is off. That's down. They're down in the same direction. It's just their spacing's different. They're all the same direction, are they? Yeah, okay, that's fine. Whatever the rule is, stick to it. Cool. All right. It was the other way before, but yeah, cool. That's all right then, yeah. Because they're all done the same. I don't know if I meant to do that. Okay. What next? Oh yeah, so just really quickly, I'm gonna see if... I'll just save it here. I'm gonna load my other save, go into the factory, because there's a sign that I put across the same sort of stairwell, and I'm just wondering if that is blueprinted. It'd be a little bit quicker just to grab that blueprint. Right one? Yeah. Just finished my power plant, 280,000 megawatts, decorated to the eyeballs. Nice, good job. That's a huge amount. My biggest power factory was what, 70,000? My nuclear power plant was 50,000, I think. Oh, frame rate's so much better in this world. It's so good. Oh my god, I'm so far away. Oh yeah, I was collecting hard drives. Damn. I have to run back. I don't think it was blueprinted, but at least I can get a look at what I did and then copy that. I think it's signs that say storage with like little hazard signs on either side. Might be some beams involved too. Putting a bow on every barrel of putting a bow on every barrel of nuclear waste I make doggos eat. Got any advice for a first timer doing fuel generated power facility? I went from coal straight to nuclear. My first playthrough was a mess. Yeah, my advice is don't ever do that. Don't ever go straight to nuclear on your first playthrough until you've built many other things. Until you've at least built like a large aluminum plant. If you can do a large aluminum plant, you can do nuclear. Would like to dabble in fuel, but with liquids, I don't know. Yeah, so people have been on me about like answering questions like this just because I say the same thing over and over and over again and people get sick of it, my regular viewers, I guess. I understand. Generally, if I was just to be kind of quick, giving you a quick answer, because I'll probably make like some short or video or something, just so that people who ask the most common questions, I have just somewhere to pawn them off to. But yeah, so the main thing for liquids and the biggest fear with liquids and doing fuel generators and stuff is like people have trouble with liquids. So the normally what you do is, let's say you have, I don't know, let's say you've got 500 liquid per minute, just as an example, and you need to send it into a series of refineries. The general rule is you fill up all the refineries first, so you block their outputs. The refineries need to be turned on. They need power so that they can receive the oil or the fuel or whatever it might be. You want them all to be completely full first. Then you like allow their outputs to do whatever they're doing. It might be plastic or whatever's coming out. So normally dealing with liquids, you want to encourage a single direction on a pipe. And if you're doing a manifold style pipe feeding thing, you want to fill up all the machines first and then run them, if that makes sense. That's normally the biggest thing that trips up most people. But beyond that, you know, I'd need specifics about what the problems would actually be. Like what the problem with liquids is. I like to dabble in fuel, but liquids, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think I've got any other general advice other than fill your machines first, and then the math will work out. For the most part. If you got 500 on a pipe, you need 500 a pipe, or 600 or whatever, and you've got 10... Yeah, the common thing is like, I guess 600 oil on a pipe, and then you've got 10 refineries, and they're consuming all 600. You want to fill the refineries each first, because they all have 50 meters, or 50 inventory space for the liquid, so they need to be full. Otherwise, they'll never all run at 100%. Ah, see, this is one of the instances where I did do clipping. Now you see me, now you don't. I don't know if I'm gonna bother. I think I'll just leave it as is. We could do a basic one, so just these, and then maybe cover at the top with a thing. Nice tunnel, thank you. This is my liquid biofuel plant. It's just backed up. Everything's just full. It's supposed to be. But it's ridiculous how much you get out of it. Oh, I love this world, man. It runs so smooth. I know there's not that much in it, which is probably why. But it's like that smooth 60 FPS. Oh, so good. I have it locked to 60. It probably goes a little higher on occasion, I guess. That actually nails the issue, I think, not letting the refineries fill it first. Yeah, hopefully. That's usually the most common thing. It's because people assume, like a manifold with machines, 10 machines taking in 600, whatever, they'll all eventually work. It doesn't work that way with liquid. Because there's no set transfer rate on a pipe. Liquids move as fast as how full the pipe is. So it's like saying, like, you're only imagine a belt doing 300 per minute. Like, the belt's only going to do 300 if the belt is literally full. That's how pipes work. But belts don't do that. They move objects at the consistent speed, but pipes don't. There's no pressure on pipes, and that's why. No pull pressure. So without vacuum pressure, your last machines are dipping into the, like, their 50 inventory space kind of counts as consumption almost. You need to fill that, eradicate that from the equation, fill the pipes to the max, and then let the, so the best way to do that, because you need the machines to be on, is to let the, to block the output, the secondary output of the pipe, or the refinery. Or if it's only got one output, just block it. Let it fill, let it crash, you know. Just as long as the inventory in is good, then you can release the pipes that way. This is what I was talking about with the Z fighting. So I built like little kind of curved things here. And these are technically overlapping. But you don't see it given the certain lighting. And in the blueprint, they're not overlapping. Like, you don't see it. So I don't know why some of them did that and some didn't. But they're all the same blueprint. Alright, let's get out of here. Let's go back to the other world. Hey, Lisa B. I had issues with my Rocketfuel power plant where I needed 1200 water. I had 600 pipes, but sometimes water would not distribute properly. Yeah, so the other common issue with 600 on a pipeline, my general advice is to try to avoid wherever possible using 600 on a pipe. There are issues with it. There are game issues with it. So just try to do 580. Just go a little lower if you can. Obviously, in certain situations you have to, or you quote have to, you know, oil, you get 600 out of an extractor, you want to use that. But if you can avoid it, when it comes to water, you should try to avoid using 600. However, there is a workaround anyway. If you're using a water pipe with 600, and it's quite simple, I'll just quickly illustrate it. Because the reason it's easy on a water pipeline is because you have multiple extractors. So we've got one extractor here, another one here, another one here, here, and here, right? 5 extractors is 600 on a pipe, so just put that there. Let's assume these are all pipelines feeding onto a larger pipe here, okay? So the best way to do it is, a lot of people often do this, and so do I still do it. And they'll be like feeding their groups of machines out this way somewhere, okay? So it's like all the machines are being fed somewhere out this direction. And what will often happen is water gets backed up in the one on the end. And it's like, why? You know, we've got 600, we're making 600, they're consuming 600, but you'll notice that your machine that's on the end here is running at like 98%. This one is accumulating water, maybe at a very slow rate. There just seems to be a problem with getting it out onto the line. And there's lots of theories and reasons for why. It's like, okay, well, what if I put valves on each thing to encourage the direction? Like, is it because this water's trying to go that way? Because there's no direction on pipes. Even if you set a valve, this is still going to try and go to the left a little bit, and then it'll go right. Because these are just junctions. So, a way to get around this slightly is to do a more even distribution onto a pipeline like this, and then feed your machines here. So let's say then now your 10 machines are here, or whatever, however many you have. The tooth fairy, fat princess. Jinx on camera. Jinx was at the vet today and a tooth just literally got pulled out of her mouth by hand. That was loose, obviously. Anyways. So yeah, so that's a way to avoid it, because then what you're doing is you're saying like, okay, I'm not really having a point of 600 on a pipe. There's 600 on the pipeline network, but really what's happening is like, you know, 300's kind of going this way, and 300's kind of going this way, and they're both able to kind of get around to where they need to go to meet in the middle. So that's another way of avoiding issues. Generally, if you can though, try to just not deal with 600 on a pipe. My big giant copper factory, a lot of yellow, that we're going to be... Okay, it's not going away. That we're going to be connecting stuff to today has tons of water underneath, but all of them run at 540 water per minute. And it was kind of done on purpose. It was kind of what I needed anyway, but I was like, yeah, let's keep it separate. Keep it at 540. We don't need to max out the pipes. I'm a paint professional. So yeah, with those little rules, hopefully most people would avoid most issues. There's always like these small use cases and other things to learn, but yeah, that should hopefully cover the basics. And by basics, I mean probably the most advanced stuff you're ever trying to do with water. Right, a little bit more cosmetics and then we'll wrap it up. I want to just do a bit more, get rid of some more of the concrete out this way. Just want to say, watching your playthrough, says Elvin, gave me a lot of inspiration to build better, but maybe in another 1,000 hours or so. That's good to hear. Thank you. Thanks for the kind words. You'll get there. I still feel like I've, you know, I look at other people, I'm like, God, I build terrible compared to them. Especially on the cosmetic front. I think my logic of my builds is pretty good, but not, it could be, it's not the best. That's for sure. I make mistakes all the time. Have to check upstairs if these are back running the way they should be. Oh yeah, and name the letters correctly on these. There's one pipe that I need to change. Is this one? We need to. It's not the same as all the others, so I just want it to look the same, to be uniform. Because we were running tests on them a while ago and we changed it, but now it's all the same, so it shouldn't matter. Radio. Okay, so we can blueprint that over, right? Is that going too far? Yes, we need to get rid of one more lane. Had to add a third Mark II pipe just to allow water to move at more than max. Yeah, like I've seen it even on 300 pipelines. Just recently in my other playthrough, I had yeah, 300 on the pipe, and eventually like some water was, or it was heavy oil I think, was getting backed up. And when I made the pipeline a Mark II pipeline, it worked. So I didn't change any machines or anything else, and I didn't move the pipeline. I just upgraded it to Mark II, and then it worked. So it's like the max limit of the pipe isn't really the max limit, it's like slightly less. And that's why I think people struggle with 600. You do struggle less with 300 for some reason, but I came across that problem and I was like, wow. When I just upgraded it, no other changes, it never has an issue now. Because it's 300 on a 600 pipe now. I guess there's just something, some little rounding problem with the limits. Blueprint Foundation, smart. Yeah, I don't really do them that often. I feel like I'm not very smart. The smart play would be to use them everywhere. You can zoop foundations pretty fast, so I don't often use them. Because sometimes I'll just stand in line and be like, bang, 10, 10, 10. Like, and you just keep walking to the side. But this could be helpful in situations like this where there's things in the way and stuff, you know? Especially if you want to get rid of them, then it's quite quick. Alright, cool. Let's just change the letters on these things underneath, and then we'll leave cosmetics for a little while. Maybe we'll get back to it later. Try to do a little bit every time we stream now. I think it's a good idea, just to do a little bit, and then get started on the logistics stuff. So we'll just keep calling it logistics, that's fine. But I just need to reference these as A and B. And does this matter? Not really, but when I'm underneath the floors, it is disorientating to know exactly where you are sometimes. So if I could look at a sign here or there to know, like, okay, this is B group, D group, etc., that'd be good. The stairwells being slightly offset, though, it does make that not super clear. Oops. Signs look good though, they're nice and clean. Okay. I could put the bottom windows in, actually, that might be pretty quick, so let's just do that as well. Ah, this might be an issue though, because they are slightly offset. Okay, let's try something different. Honeycomb might look better. I don't want just a beam go. Well, I'll probably put beams in to match that. I'm just wondering from the inside. And it'll be orange anyway. Is 2 windows okay, or do I want 3? And do I do a double wall here? Or do we split the windows even in the middle? So, like this? I should probably vocalize what I'm thinking instead of just staring at it. That's what it'd be like inside, which would be totally cool and fine. And then outside it would be like orange. You could then build this up to here. Or I could leave the white on show. So let's get that color proper. So just imagine we're looking at just that bit there, right? That's what it would look like across the whole thing. I'm okay with that. I don't think it matters that the white concrete's showing. I think it looks fine. Could cover it though. I don't think it really needs that, does it? Better covered or not? These are just 10 in length. It'd be pretty quick to do. Yeah, too much? I agree. I think not covered. We'll see. If it looks bare, we'll cover it. That'll be it, uncovered. Let me just see something as well. Just do another little test here. That'll be the other version. I don't know about that, but you can tell me what you think. So now we don't see any of the concrete on the bottom at all. No? Preferred it before? Preferred to have the white showing? Try 2 with a sign on the white foundation. With a sign? I don't want to do any signs for this. Lights to match the train tracks, you reckon? Lights going along the bottom or something? Maybe. I was thinking of changing those train... I didn't know what that was for a second. Changing the train tracks to the blueprint we use for the train coming up. So the train that comes up here uses different track type. It's like a yellow beam kind of thing going along. It would mean redoing the tracks though. I mean, you could do them quickly with blueprints, but so prefer the before? Like the white stripes? Well, we also could add white onto it. Yeah, I agree though. It's better before. I don't know about showing the whole concrete on the bottom, but it is what it is. What did we do? We did this across the bottom. This could go, and that'll go. Could make this a white metal. So it's still like the floor, but... That might be better than the concrete. I don't know. I can't make any decisions. White showing is better, breaks up the building some, adds a bit of depth. But what about the concrete on the bottom? Is no one else bothered by that? Or is that just me? And we could cut some trees and stuff, but just the actual idea of like showing the whole bottom concrete. Maybe that's fine. I don't know. Which work concrete is fine. Not really bothered. White beam below bottom orange. Yeah, I was kind of thinking that. Like on the trim for the bottom floor. But I don't know if that would look good. Let's just see. This will be the last thing. Last test. Because then when you're inside it would look kind of nice, I guess. Have that. I do like the white on the bottom. Kind of almost want it on the top as well, but okay. Yes, no, maybe. I don't know. You could try doing the iron complex walls type with the 4-meter wall ramp. Oh, the angled walls. No. That is a bit too much work. Looks great. You will say no? Yeah, I did say no. Yeah, because I don't mind that. So what Avish is saying is it's using the triangle piece walls. Those do look good, but it would mean like just redoing a lot already. Or like starting over, kind of. Making a blueprint for that and pasting it down. This is, I'm able to just drag this. And these are 10 foundations each. So I can just go 10, 10, 10. I don't even need to make a blueprint for it. It'd be nice and quick. Yeah, look at this. People seem happy with this. Let's leave it like this. So this is going to come down. I just need to move that eventually. So we'll leave this side, but we'll just continue down now this way. So I'll just start with these first. Do the beams last. So yeah, at least this is like pretty quick. Oh, just for the floor? So I'll just show it. I don't think it'll look good, but let's have a look anyway. So you're saying to do this. And the inverted version, right? And what color did you suggest? Orange again, maybe? DR, wow, thank you so much for the, oh my god, wow, that's way more than I thought it said as well. Thank you, fucking hell, jeez, $500. This AL factory looks awesome. I don't think it looks that good, but thank you, holy shit, thank you so much, really appreciate it. I mean, that's huge. I mean, that's like close to sponsor money for a video kind of thing, so thank you, I really appreciate it, thank you. God damn. Thank you. What are we thinking about this kind of thing? So this was a vicious idea. This is done in my iron factory. I think in the iron factory it looks decent. It's not bad actually. But I kind of think, so the comparison is here versus there. So do we like this? So old or new, you know, with or without? With, without, new, old. Brought to you by DR, indeed. Jacob Yorth as well became a channel member. Thank you very much, Jacob. Need to put up the sign now. Yeah, we need to build a room for DR in here. spawn like the factory patron or something, you know. DR gets to decide. That's true. Yeah, whatever you want. Whatever you want. We'll do the whole thing again. But no, he said it looks good, so I take it he's happy. I like the details of the ramps, says AC. Yeah. We could leave it then. We could do it. It's obviously quick. Let's do a vote. I'll just do a very quick vote. And I'll just say... which? Oh, I did a Q&A. Well, I don't even know what that is. Let's end that Q&A. What the hell is a Q&A? Answer your viewer questions live. Isn't that what streaming is, basically? Start a poll. That's the one. Alright, so again, we'll just have one last look here. So the poll is in the chat. Whoops. And it simply asks, the one on the left with the angles, right? These are the angles, or the one on the right without the angles. Which one do we go with? So I know the tree's slightly in the way there, but make your choice. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quickly. Because I just shit myself. And I'm joking. And we'll continue. Hi, Darren. Thanks for the great stream. Can you maybe tell how you're able to color the concrete white? Yeah. I'll just do that really quickly before I even head off. That's quite an easy one. Do you see this bottom? Let's check the white here. See the bottom number? The bottom number says 1. Just type in something like 5 or type in 10. And you'll get a stronger color in that place. So I've just typed in 10. Let's go down here. Sorry, autosave's kicking in. This is white. This is number 1. We'll type in 10. Hit enter. And it's even brighter than the one we have. And you can just keep going. It goes until you can almost... it's just extremely white. But the one we're using is 5. The one we're using is 5. And the one that you would normally have is just 1. So this would be the normal. So that's normal, that's 5, and this is 10. You could go up to 100, I think, if you want to get even crazier. It kind of makes it more matte as well. But yeah, that's how you do it. And you can actually save the preset that way. So you can just use it as well. Left with angles is winning. There you go. Avish wins. The orange and white looks cool. It does, yeah. 255 white, just a new sun, yeah. Alright, back in just one sec. I'm back. I'm just gonna fix the lighting. Actually, the lighting is kind of fixing itself on the camera, but I'll just set it so it doesn't change for a while. I could do that off camera, you know, not switch to that scene, but it's just so much easier just to switch. But my mic actually cuts out when I go into that scene. Anyway. Alright, so it seems like the vote is for doing the angles, so we'll just do that. I'll do these walls, that'll definitely be it for cosmetics, and we'll move on to trains. Not that I'm enjoying the cosmetics, it's been fun. First vote in my life, I win. Nice. The fish wins. Okay, right, we'll just continue with the top part. I'll do the angles at the last bit. And trying to shoot me still. The other cosmetic thing that we can maybe do today, not for this factory necessarily, but it's the rail line kind of floating in the air. It'd be nice to make some pillars. I have pillars designed for it, but they're only for if you're low down. This train is quite high up, so I'd need some ones that come down straight. These ones that I made come down at an angle, so the angles will be like out real far. Pillars. Alright, that's that. So let's do the, I guess, the angles next, and then the beams, and then that's it. But yeah, look at this, it's coming along really nice. You could have that light strip going along the white bit. Even a white light could be kind of interesting, but anyway. You do so much. Cosmetics like take over. So much quicker doing cosmetics though now that you have like it just copies the paint. Split the support in a top, middle, and bottom. Yeah, that's normally what I do as blueprints. Top, middle, bottom. You just go top and then you just spam middle all the way down. I just need a design that I'd be happy with. And you could just do a straight up pillar. I normally like to do something a bit more creative. I'll show you guys what it looks like just on the ground, because I think it looks really good. But yeah, when it's up high, I'm just not sure. Is this factory all the bauxite in the map? No, it's all the bauxite in the pink forest. So the only bauxite we don't get is in the swamp. Oh, actually, there's some here, and then there's some here and some here. So basically, anything out in this way we don't get, but everything out this way we do. So I can't remember. I think it's 6,900. I think per minute, potentially. But we don't have Mark 6 belts yet. But the place is capable of running it all. It's just that we've underclocked the whole factory for now. But when we do get the Mark 6 belts, we can overclock the factory back up to its normal speed, or clock it back up. And the output will be significantly higher. So we'll have more than we need, but it, you know, it will be fun. It's funny because in my desert series, video series, the factory that I'm building is using 3,000 bauxite from the swamp. So it's almost like I'm doing both as a player, but just in 2 different playthroughs. As a gamer. Before I spam those out, we just need to change the color of it. Then the white line on the bottom as well, and that'll be that. Any tips on decoration? Just, I mean, if you've been watching the last just 10-15 minutes, those are my best tips. Because I'm not really great, honestly, at building nice. I mean, if you think this looks good, this is as good as it gets for me anyway. Pretty much. But yeah, I rely on the game's good lighting to make things look good really for me. A few lights here and there, but that's about it. But the people who do, like, in my opinion, really cool stuff in the game, like, they usually use lots of angles, and things that look good in the game are things that are hard to do. So it's like making circles, making round buildings, that sort of thing. And I just don't even bother, because it just takes so long. I actually know how for a lot of them. I wouldn't be very creative in knowing when to do it, but I do know physically how, because I've watched people do it, and it's just like, this isn't worth it. My recommendation though is actually Fluxo Builds, the YouTuber. Really great at, like, specifically cosmetics. I think he does amazing, like, really big builds and complicated stuff too, but his cosmetics are, like, crazy good. And he'll show you how to, like, get any kind of angle and stuff like that on foundations, or using, like, certain pieces in order to get shapes that you wouldn't really conventionally think of. I'm not explaining it well, but he does a great job explaining it. So Fluxo Builds, F-L-U-X-O. F-L-U-X-O, yeah. And I think he streams as well. Thanks to you, I build my factories future-proof these days. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Better underclock and adjust later than than rebuild, right? I don't know if anyone else does that, but that's the way to go. Build to the belt speed higher than your current belt speed. Or build to the max amount of ore you know you're going to get in that deposit, eventually. Life will be a lot easier later. A little harder at first, but a lot easier later. And I think less chance of kind of, quote, burnout. Because I think a lot of people burn out, at least I feel this way, when you feel like you have to go back into the factory to redo something or reorganize something. And you just take the stress out of that if you can build bigger early. Just a little bit. I don't want to destroy everything, but just what's kind of clipping through a bit. Because I'm quite happy I left some of the trees here. They look good when you're in the factory, especially walking along and seeing them kind of pop through. Yeah. Just hovering along with it. What does this look like? I love that. That's so funny. Like, oh yeah, just on a slightly unstable jetpack with a chainsaw. Not poking through, it's not a problem. With yeah, huge. Yeah, the chainsaw was actually really much bigger than I thought. From here, it doesn't look that big at all. But on that angle, it was like the length of my body almost. Almost. It's like the length of my legs, I guess. Unfortunately, this will have to go as well. It's kind of creeping through. Maybe they'll do a DLC where you can plant trees. Or like an update. I know they're always saying that they wouldn't, or they have said they wouldn't do that, but I kind of think some sort of DLC that focuses on that could be kind of interesting. Or update. Can't get out now. Oh yeah, looks good. Look at that. That looks like a factory. Nice. We've only done one half of it. Looks good from this side. And then all the train stuff still needs to be done and the outpost. But now we've got a theme, you know? You can make these like miniature versions of these and they'd look quite cool, I think. Little sub-units, I call them. That looks like it's worth 500 bucks. That's nice. Yeah, definitely worth keeping some of the trees, I think. Let's see if everything's running okay. So one thing I did earlier, for people who weren't here, well, I have to cut that away, was we shifted all the pipes in, so the water is probably acting a little different briefly. Maybe it's all fine now, but just want to check that everything's running okay. Otherwise, I just have to reset it. Alrighty. I guess one flaw is like there's no entrance, so if I'm out there, the only way in is to go all the way down here or on the other side. It might be worth having like a little doorway on one of the bottom floors or something, some way in. But yeah, cool. Alright, so this is what we got basically so far. It's 6 groups of refinery. Each group of refineries have 12 refineries total, broken into 2 subgroups. The initial refinery, and I guess the second. The second one's like the recycler, the one that makes scrap. So one makes the solution, luminous solution, one makes scrap. So white is solution, black is scrap. So white, black, all the way down. Every group is doing the same amount. They're all getting their water from over towards the waterfall. And the bauxite is being brought in via train. 3 trains. It's totally unnecessarily complicated, but it works. So we'll leave it as is. Now, each group goes into a set of 36 smelters, broken between 18 on top and 18 on the bottom. That's what every group is doing. And these are all clocked down, because in the future, they'll be able to run at higher amounts. Yes. Are we running at 100 now, or no? So that's understandable. We were before, but I interrupted the water. So it'll just take a while. It'll get back there, but it does take a long time. That's okay. So if that's not corrected in like 30 minutes to an hour, it's like, maybe we'll look into something. Well, really, it's about the refineries. If the refineries are at 100, then these will be eventually. So that's all that matters. So this is at 100, and it's usually these ones, the ones on the end. Yeah, so I'm sure it's fine. They all have the same system. They all got reset, so I'm guessing it'll be okay. Anyway, so the next phase for this place is we're now smelting ingots. So we've got, I think it's 517.5 each. So just temporarily, I have awesome things just to get the place running and keep it all going. That way your manifold doesn't take like 1 billion hours to get going. Plus, this really didn't even need to be a manifold. It's 18 machines, which divides into 3... We could have had a splitter, 6 splitters basically, could have been all that was needed to do that. Load balance, but it's fine. It works. So we have a train here, and this is now going to go all the way down to the copper caterium factory, our really super large factory. And it's the other way around. The train from there comes up here to bring in some copper. So we're going to mix the copper with the ingots, the aluminum, and then we can make a variety of different things. So I don't have it open right now, but let me get my Mila notes, and I pre-designated some of these on stream to do different things. So these are the groups, right? So A, B, C, D, E, F, and F. But we have A1 and 2, right? So the 18 smelters on top, 18 on the bottom. There's no need for the buffers, actually. There was just it was just something I thought I needed at first, but then realized, even after putting the first machines down, I was like, oh, actually, I don't really need these. It was more to... One of the reasons I thought it might be useful to have is because you make a lot of alumina solution. Now, we are consuming the exact amount, so you don't need the buffer. You don't even need the valve or anything. But for some reason, when I was building it, I just remember thinking, like, 156 per minute, that's so much to fit onto a pipe that only has storage space, like, you know, it could be like 13 fluid in total. Now, in theory, it'll just be rolling through anyway. But I kind of thought, like, oh, it'd be nice to have, like, a buffer. And then I also thought we want the buffers to fill all the pipes and then release the valves. Totally didn't need to do it. And we realized as soon as I built the first one, just didn't need it. I just kept the theme anyway. It's like, there's no harm in it. They just act as pipes anyway. There's no difference. So it doesn't affect anything. And I think it kind of looks cool. So I left them there. Those ones aren't painted, but the other ones should be. Or some of them are anyway. But yeah, if you're building this, you don't need to do this. I wouldn't really recommend building it this way anyway. So I've devised what I'll be talking about in my next video, hopefully soon, is, and I don't mind mentioning it here, I think it's kind of interesting for people wanting to build aluminum for the first time. We do a system like this. Yeah, actually, let's grab this one. Rotate it around this way, just as an example. So there's 3 of these. And there will be 2 of these. Bear with me. 4 plus 4. I just can't remember the exact amount I need. So this system basically is the one I will be building in future. So basically how it works is, I'll just illustrate it super quick here. This way you can avoid having any recycling problems, in theory. Okay, so this is what I'm gonna do pretty much anytime I ever build aluminum again, I think. So we'll say that this is your regular extractor, and this is your recycled water. Let's just do yellow, I guess, whatever. This is the setup. So recycled water will, or sorry, regular water from an extractor will go into this machine, okay? So you just clock it to whatever you need. 160 water. Fine. This is for using sloppy alumina, obviously, as well. So 160 water goes in, you feed it the bauxite, 160, it's great. You get 192 solution out. The solution rolls out onto the pipe, and with a valve or something, it will be told to go forward, not back. But I'm sure it'll be fine either way. It goes into this machine, and into this one, and these start slowly getting their water out, right? So they'll do 120 and 120. These two roll around and feed into here, which require 120 and 120. So they'll get going. And then they'll make enough water to get these up to 100%. And it'll just always run. And you can't have it fail. Because this will always be on its own, with its own water extractor. And these will always just rely on those two running. And those will always run because this runs. So, problem solved. No recycling error ever again. And you just do this as groups for as much bauxite as you have. And that's it. So the golden rule is 60, 60, 80, 100, 100. And that's it. Now, obviously, you have to get the bauxite. The only slight issue with this is it can be hard to match the bauxite to the amount of refineries you want if you use the 60, 60, 80 rule. But, you can just, if you're clever at math, which I'm not, you can just clock these down or up depending on what you need, as long as the ratio is the same. That's what matters. So this keeps your recycled water away from your normal water, and it keeps it being used. So that's how you do it. It's super easy. Sure, the people have done this, as Derek says, that's how he does it. And that's what I'll be doing in future. And it just so happens that in the next video where I'm going, we have 3,000 bauxite, which is perfect, I think, for 15 of these machines in that configuration. Plus, there is 1,800 coal, which is exactly what you need for the second layer. So, it's going to be great. Can't wait. It should be so easy. Yeah, a lot of people do that with their wastewater. They send it to other factories. That's fine. It seems a bit... If you think about that, though, to me anyway, it seems like... Okay, so somewhere you're making more water than you need. And you're just... I guess you're just sending it... So, if you're sending... You must... Yeah. I find it a bit odd to say that. Think of it. It's like, oh, I just sent it somewhere else. It's like, so you're building water extractors, too many, for the groups of machines that you have, really. I mean, to get it running, and then this water is going off to some other distant factory, maybe, and you're either packaging it or sending it via train or doing some by long pipeline. But it's like, the same amount of extractors are needed either way, so just build your extractors out there, at your other factory, that you are sending the water to, and just recycle the water where you are. I don't really see the benefit of being like, oh, I just deal with it by sending it to another factory. It's like, well, your other factory could just have the water extractors close to it, where it's more useful. Unless you're building it somewhere, I guess, where it's really hard to reach with water. And then your existing factory could just do what I've showed, which is you just use the water that you have. I mean, it's kind of the same either way. It's just one's closer to the factory if you want it to be. Anyway, I just hook up everything in a loop. Once the pipes back up, and the machines start dumping out water, the extractor will automatically downsize to compensate. Yeah, so that's the way this works. But the issue some people have is that the water extractors have the priority, not the recycled water, and their system fails. But as long as you understand how to get the priority on the recyclers, it doesn't matter then either. That's fine. I'm just trying to find the, like, you know, baby's first attempt at aluminum solution to being like, well, at least this can't fail. There's no question about how you build it. It can't go wrong. You don't have to send anything really far away, you know? You don't have to worry about it, priorities on pipelines. There's none of that. It's just the setup that just works as efficiently as any other one. So to me, it's like the user-friendly way. Not necessarily the best way, but it's the user-friendly way. So I'm kind of excited to do a video on that, at least from that perspective. But maybe, well, if I haven't thought of something and people be like, oh, this is really dumb for some reason. Okay, anyway, so that's, I just wanted to talk through how everything worked here, so that's that. So now we'll just maybe ride the rails down to our other factory. And then we have to start working out the logic. We have to build buffers here coming out of this. I also need a bypass line. I actually kind of need 2 bypass lines, thinking about it, because this train is going to roll through another station. I built them kind of badly, to be honest. We need a bypass line over there and one here, and that way we avoid anything slowing down the train that is delivering things into here. So I guess I'll build that first. We'll just do the bypass line. Basically, adding this line, my existing trains are using it, and there's no way to tell them not to, because it's a shortcut. So we need them to be able to at least just go around this and not go through it, because that's what they're trying to do right now. And unfortunately, there's no way to tell a train not to do that. And that's what a lot of people who play with trains want Coffee Stain to address. Like designating specific lines, or when this is occupied, going around. But they don't do that at the moment. This will go around, because it'll be a shorter route overall. Did they fix the swapping via hotkey? No, they didn't. That's still annoying. So basically, you can press a hotkey to access this. Right? Equipment shortcuts. So if I press number 2, I take out the nuts. If I press number 1, I take out the whatever. If I press number 3, you used to take out the jetpack, but now it just goes into the dimensional depot. Well, now it worked, did it? Yeah, of course it did, because I'm trying to illustrate it. A second ago, it just didn't. So I did this, and then I did that. Okay, now it's working. That's the way it should go, but it just didn't a minute ago. It just uploaded itself. We saw it. We saw it! Anyway, that was introduced with 1.1, so hopefully they fixed that, because it still happened. It did just happen, I swear. Hey, just to have the factory absolutely perfect, the basement floor BP is 1 foundation off at the A group. Okay, I'll have a look. Let's just do this rail, but I won't forget. Please do tell me when things like that happen. It's totally fine. So this begins turning there. This needs a path signal, right, before it goes into here, I think. Although it's path into path. I guess a block would probably be fine then, actually. Yeah, so that way they can at least figure themselves... Oh, but then you're still... No, yeah, that's okay. I wish I could give the priority to the path on the right, though. I don't know if I could do that. That would be nice. But it's... If this one's moving out, it's only going to slow that one down, like... by nothing, really, so it's okay. Want it to be that long? Nice smooth curve? Yeah, I guess so. Good. Yeah, so I wanted to go that way, because I didn't want it to try that one. It should take whatever the shortest route is, and that's slightly shorter, so good job. Have you played Aska? No, never heard of that, actually. I want to see you play Aska. Yeah, I haven't heard of it. Now that that thing is in place, I'm just going to go... check the blocks here super quick. I don't know why I keep getting this problem where I can't flip it to the side. Like, why? Just don't understand. It won't let me flip it. There, I can do it. I don't know. It does work there, but here it doesn't. Oh, there we go. That'll be okay, right? So once it's in the station, this is clear to go around. Yeah. Not that it wouldn't be that close to each other anyway. Alright, anyways. Let's do the fix for the blueprint thing. Priority signals on rails would be so nice, yeah. Didn't I just pick up biofuel? No? So this one, you say this is off by a foundation. Or something. The basement floor BP is 1 foundation off at the A group. I don't think so. No, this is okay. I think. It should always be 1 across from these. And I believe these ones are too. Yeah. 1 foundation off from that. That's one off. Is it too high? No, because the rail's correct. Yeah, this is the way they all are. They're all just one away from the where the hypertubes will connect. At the start, where the water pipelines are. But that was the one at the start. This one. What's off about it? This is the A group. This is the first one. Yeah, that'd be cool. For the trains to operate like tractors and stuff where you can just decide where it goes. That would be interesting. You drive the route itself. Oh, the pipe is off, you said. Oh, do you mean this thing? Because the pipes are correct. Start of the pipe. I don't know how far back I'm supposed to go, though. Okay, so the start of the pipe. Everything looks in line to me. The start of the pipe. Not the pipe, man. So you're saying the foundations on the floor are off. So these ones are further back than those ones. I know that. That's okay. Unless they're overlapping each other, it's not a problem. And they're not. They were just different. That's okay, though. That's just foundations. Who cares about that? If you're talking about this foundation being further back than this one, that's okay. That's okay. I did know about that. That's fine. It's just foundations. It's okay. This playthrough has 430 hours. Yeah, being able to move the nodes from one track to another. Yeah, I agree. Alright, yeah, let's drive the train. Okay then. Oh no, that's okay. No worries. At least you were onto something. I just wasn't even factoring that as a problem because I just didn't. To me, it's like not one. But you were right to point it out that it was off. But that's the reason I just wasn't understanding what you were saying because I was like, this obviously isn't an issue. But yeah, I get it. That's nice to see them both going through. Oh my god. It's too late. Ah! Yes, that's one thing with this. See, this rail line was meant for doing a specific thing, and I've added a train to it. And they're just gonna stop behind stations unless I build bypasses around, not each one, but a couple of these. I guess it is the right thing to do. It's annoying. Because otherwise you're adding 30-second timer to each, potentially adding 30 seconds. As they wait for each other. Yeah, we need a bypass. But the bypass won't work. The trains will just wait behind each other. Because it's the shortest route. I would have to build the stations offset from the main line, but I'm not going to do that. So we'll just have to leave it and live with it. I'm not moving the stations, no way. It just means that the journey could be... I have to factor in that the journey could be a minute longer than it is. This was meant to be a rail line just for the bauxite factory, basically. Because I didn't ever intend on like bringing copper up this way, but it seemed like the proper thing to do. But then I guess I hadn't factored in the fact that yeah, it's kind of a closed rail line, really. A train will choose a bypass if it means avoiding a train station it won't stop at? Really? I thought... I was reading on Reddit that people were saying, like, trains are waiting behind... Like, waiting to go into a station. I'll show you what I mean in just one sec. I haven't tested it. I'm sure you guys probably know, but it was on Reddit and people were like, "No, you can't do that. Like, it's not Factorio. You can't build it this way." I'll just draw it. It's the best way I can illustrate the thing that people were saying. So people were building stations like this is a station multiple times over. Oh, actually, I can't really remember exactly what it was. I'm not a train guy, but it was something like, you know, your rail line's here, and then one branches off and goes like this way, and then there's like another one that goes this way, and another one that goes like this way, and people, I can't remember exactly. Is it a station for each one, or it might have just been whatever it was. People were saying like they won't use the other tracks. They'll just use the shortest one, and that's where they're like, this won't work. I have to see it though. I'm kind of losing track of what it is in my head. They are programmed to avoid stations that aren't their next stop at all costs. I could just find the image, it'd be great. Oh, maybe it was this one. Instructions unclear, trains... Nah. This one does work. That seems great. I don't even know why they need that much signals. That seems insane, but okay. It wouldn't have been very upvoted because it was just someone saying like this doesn't work. Oh wow, they fit that in a blueprint? That's really good. Yeah, this is really cool. Someone made a save file where it's like train bootcamp and you can download the save file and it teaches you things. And then it has a few problems set up where it's like, okay, solve this by building one thing, one signal, you know? I think that's quite a cool idea, just generally. Is there a way to make this parallel train work? It might be this thing I'm thinking of, where people are like, it's just always going to take the shortest route. Won't work. Train pathing system wasn't designed to do it. As discussed in numerous posts here and on the wiki, trains pre-compute their entire path using the shortest rail distance the moment they depart the station. There's no way of getting a parallel queue like that to work, since that would require a train to check its path after departure. So you're saying that it will check its path after departure if there's something in its way at a station specifically. Well, we could try it then anyway. Build a bypass, if that's the case. Right, so this is the Copper Caterium factory. We now need to build stations in line with these. This is the line coming into the factory, so it could just stay in a straight line here. I don't think there'd be any reason not to. But there's probably going to be multiple stations here, so I want to build it pretty far back so I can make a choice. We have lots of room to divide things up. That's probably good. We decided that we only need 4 carriages. Okay, yeah, I trust you, so we'll do it. I'll build a little bypass. If that's the case, if they realize their path is blocked because it's a station that's occupied, then I'm totally down with it. Just going around. That's okay. Hey, Ancient Hero. Oh, the output line actually needs to be on the other side. Thinking about it. I think he's saying they'll avoid the station when pre-computing its path, even if there isn't a train there. That's not the behavior I've observed. Because we've seen there's a station that the coal train is now deciding to go through, when it's like it didn't have to do that, and it's choosing to do that now. So it obviously prefers to go through the shorter route, even though there is a station there, versus the route that it normally has. So this, I don't know about that. We'll just test it. It's okay. We'll find out. Missing steel. Goddamn. I have to go get some more. That is the behavior coffee stain is announced. So if it's not doing that, it's either user error or bug. I'm just saying the only thing I've noticed so far. We'll try your thing because I believe you. I believe you. But this is a slightly different problem, right? We had a route like this. Coal is going around it, and then I added. Like just now, god damn, I can't use the new paint. Just recently, I added like a bypass route, basically, right? This is basically what's happened. And there's a big station on it. And the coal trains that were previously, I'll just color differently, were previously going like this, are now choosing to go like this, through a station. Now there's nothing on that station. So what I've just done in this place is I built a little bypass. We just did that, so that now the coal trains will go this way, and they seem to be doing that immediately as well, so that's good. But now I have to do the same thing for my own train, right? The one that will be actually leaving from here. It's a different train. It's going to be the same thing, right? It's going to hit a station. So now I have to build a bypass here, and I was worried that because it's on the far side of the track, it's going to think it's a longer journey, not closer to the turn that it's going to be taking. It's further, adding more track out of the way. But you're saying because it's a station, it will go around it when it's occupied, which is cool. If that works, that's fine by me. But this notion that having a track with a station on it is less... I mean, that's not the case that I've seen just now. But if the rule is it's only when something's on it, then that's okay. That makes sense. Microsoft Paint's the best. I just need 2 more. Right. Might have to go get more steel. Drop off some of that biomass I have maybe as well. Probably get rid of that thing. It'll go around whether it's occupied or not, or rather it's supposed to. Well, why doesn't it then? We've just seen that coal train make an alternate route and go through my new thing now. My new station. And I've had to build a bypass for it. So that's happened. I don't know what the user error there is. The existing route the train was taking has changed. I didn't do anything different other than build a new track with a station on it. My best guess is some issue with the wider loop conflicting with. Yeah, maybe. When he says coal train, yeah, same, yeah. That's our little drone area ready to go once we get our aluminum tanks finally made, which is this factory is designed for, and then we can deliver the rocket fuel down here and distribute our biofuel to all the other trucks or things in the world. Thank you, Martin. He said, don't forget to like the stream, chat. This is so full. Crap. Stuff everywhere, man. I can't put anything anywhere. Need to start distributing this stuff. Getting too much. What a guy? Yeah, I know, right? DR with the $500 donation earlier today. Jacob, channel membership. The train routing behavior is relatively new quality of life fix. Plausible, it's not. Okay, right. Interesting. When I'm thinking about it, though, it might be working. My loop has multiple stations on it. So maybe it's because there's already multiple stations, it's still choosing to take one that has one, because it's a non-factor. The coal trains run through stations. Already. Like stations that don't belong to them. There's 2 coal trains and 2 coal stations. And they're on the same line. There's no bypass for them. They just go through each other. But they never have to wait, because there's only 2 of them, the loop is so big. But they are technically on it. So that could be it. Where it's like, oh, technically it's like already has a station on this route. So now it's just choosing to go a different, shorter route that also has a station on it. That could be it. It's not, it can't preference one over the other than the distance, right? Because they are technically the same. That's a villain base if there ever was on the underground biofuel factory. It's where we convert the aliens. Alright, got my steel. They haven't fixed the smooth like lighting anymore. So when you go through a power tower, it's supposed to be, oh, it previously was uninterrupted. Your zipline would just continue, but now it like jumps. You still go through uninterrupted, but it does jump. Like that. You hear it reconnect. I don't like it. Preferred the way it was. So that would, yeah. Yeah, that does make sense. Oh yeah, heading back this way. Sorry, I was gonna go back up there. Hey Josh, I've been watching since your update 7 playthrough. Wow, your OG. Love your vids, man. Keep up the great work and content. Thank you from Australia. Thank you, Josh. Appreciate that. Thank you. Sorry, it took a while to respond. Gotta go. See you later, Martin. Pay attention to wife and kids. Nah. Have a great stream and catch up later. Have fun with your family. Trucks are still behaving themselves. Seems. Oh, what's going on out there? Those are trains. Ugh, goddamn. Build a train, they say. Trains are great. Trains just work. Trucks are such a pain. Oh, my trucks are working. Well, since I've added a bypass of ish, they've stopped working. Remember, there's no other trains on this route at the moment. Me adding a bypass has somehow broken the whole thing down. So let's find out what's going on. Your trains are realigning. That's interesting after a while. When I added the bypass, no, I added a block signal to it, I think. I added a path signal before it got onto the junction. Have a look. Normally on any junction, I do a path before and I block out. And that's worked, but this new bypass must be done wrong, so let's check it. So it is just waiting there for some reason. That seems like a really long block. Get that out. But there... Why does that make a difference? I don't get that. Because there still was a block signal in front of it, so what's the problem? I just built one closer. Does distance matter with signals? Trains, yeah. Alright, well, it works now. But why was the next block signal? Oh, that one could have been red, was it? Maybe. I don't know. There's signals all the way down, though. So this one was there, and there's another one there. There was no train on that. There are signals, so I don't see why adding a signal here would change anything. It made the block smaller. Maybe that helped a bit, I guess. Not the bypass's fault. Well, it broke when I added a bypass. You remember the coal rig and the computer factory? Oh, yeah. The coal rig is still awesome, actually. I don't really remember the computer factory. Oh, I do. Oh, that was really... Yeah. I remember emptying it out, actually, at one point. And it just stood there as an abandoned factory for a while. It was just too small. I learned that we need to go way bigger. I think I've come farthest in my desert series anyway, which is nice. This world I'm still trying to wrangle things together. Still. Alright, anyways, we're back. Trains are moving again, and we have steel. Alright, cool. Rotterdam. Okay, so we'll say that this is the CCF. No, it's the... I was gonna say we could color the lines, I guess, but no. They're all exporting copper, so I can't really call it by what leaves here. It has to be called where it's going, I guess, so. Yeah, we'll just call it the aluminum factory, whatever. That's where it's going. Well, aluminum factory. Nothing comes in via train. Everything's an export train, so it's like, yeah, aluminum factory, I think is fine. What does that say? Fixit and its affiliates are not responsible for any delays caused by any reason. Want to scroll again? Oh, it just changes, does it? That's funny. It says something about like hogs on the train tracks and stuff. But there was a new Fix-It Ada message today, and it was actually quite a unique one. I was in the elevator, or got in an elevator, and I went up, and it said something about using elevators. Oh my god, I shouldn't even start a story if I can't finish it. It mentioned something about like Ada. She changed her name. I can't remember what she changed it to. And then her icon wasn't like the blue icon. It was like an arrow icon for an elevator going up. And it was like quite a unique little thing. It was quite funny. It was funny as well. Whatever she said, I just can't remember it. I can't believe I've just completely butchered whatever that was. But yeah, that was just funny when I saw it today. Hey, Crow. I'll see you in 1,000 hours. How's my favorite branch doing? What does that mean? Your favorite branch? Oh, right. Is it like an Office reference almost? A branch of Fix-It, perhaps. We're doing good. Jan Levinson Gould, I presume. Right, we need buffers and copper. So let's go. So this one of these is going to be copper sheet. And the others will be copper ingots. Place them out a decent distance, actually. Yeah, I don't think there's an Ada log, and I was like kind of annoyed. I was like, oh, that would have been funny to appear on the stream. And I can't reset it, I don't think. Most of the time she speaks, it's annoying, but that was like actually quite a good one. I was just in the elevator and she's like giving me things, telling me things about it. And then when I noticed like the icon was different and her name was different, I was like, oh, that's funny. Bit of effort went into that one. So we need to designate what each one of these is going to do, or where it comes from, I mean, because this factory is complicated AF, so you really need to like track where things move to and from if you want to make sure it runs correctly. Alright, let me head downstairs. I guess I'll just connect the loop actually just right now as well. Then we've got to put some signals in. Don't forget, you'll need copper ingots for the copper powder. Oh yeah, don't worry. We'll have lots left over, I think. I think we have got a lot. So, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm not sure where the other stations are going to go, so we'll just pop this out to the side. And we can always just rearrange it later. Very ominous music. Almost had it. Almost flawless. Okay, here we go. We are lined up. Alright, cool. First station in. First of many, no doubt. Oh yeah, you're right. There is a thing. Ah, good call.
Thank you for participating in the Fix-It Elevation program. I am Elevata, which is like Ada, but less advanced. We are not currently taking any feedback.
So her voice sounds like it's coming through the speaker of the elevator. That's why that one sounds different than this.
I don't think that is an improvement. Thank you for
And she has like a little different
in
icon.
the Fix It Elevation
Kinda
program.
nice.
I am Elevata, which is like Ada, but less advanced. We are not currently taking any feedback.
I thought that was a good one. Just considering where it normally happens. How do you rotate the rails? Scroll wheel. Yeah, it works in 1.1. It's a new feature. That's why building rail now is so much easier. It's like the best. Rightio, here we are then. Coppered out of our mines. I thought they fixed that problem. Probably only if you rebuild the belt, is it? Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, so these ones are just rolling in here. We want to take these upstairs. I'd be curious to know, what are they doing? I guess downstairs we'll check their speed. They don't look right to me, but they might be. They should be doing 487.5, but this, I haven't worked hard at getting this factory up to speed in a while, so. Those three seem like they might be okay, but this one seems definitely shorter. Alright, let me... Whoa. Got flashbanged. So those two are coming from these two lines, I think. Oh, we saw this. Oh, yeah. We saw this at the end of the stream yesterday. Their belts are Mark 3, not 4. I just thought I fixed it, but we said we couldn't fix it because I was on an experimental save. So that's... That should do it, and we have to do this side as well. That side's actually okay. Let's make sure they have the right water and everything. Just checking if they're running at 100. So far, so good. That was underclocked. Why? That might have been where I was running the factory from before, but I didn't know I clocked any of these down. That's annoying. I think I said that before. It's like, oh, that's such a pain to find those. If it exists, it would just be in the middle anyway, but... Just checking that these are getting their water and everything else is okay. It seems to be. Yeah, they're just getting out now. Cool. Alright, so yeah. Let them do their thing. They should have the right amount coming out now. And then we're waiting on these to have the right amount. So I'll just quickly check these. So if we're at 100 at the beginning, 100 here. You're underclocked, so get rid of that. This one as well. It's just those two. They'd be the only two that would be underclocked. It could be true of all the blocks, so I have to check them. That's a yellow light over there. What is it? Number 5. Okay. Half the factory was off. Yeah, so I couldn't run it because obviously the belts. I just didn't know that I clocked it down. I thought I only ever just cut the cord, and I did cut the cords. It's just that I guess I also clocked the last machine down as well to work with whatever we had. But it's okay, it's just these ones. It's not any other random ones. Yeah, not all of them were running before either, so they won't all have it. Where does the extra stuff go to keep the factory running? Into an awesome sink. So it goes into a big machine that just generates like tickets and stuff for you. Tickets to unlock cosmetics and other things. You're backed up. That's alright, we'll get to that at some point. Your problem. No copper ore. Yeah, we need to add more ore into this factory. I could do that. We just need... There's one miner outside that we need to connect. Although... You're at 100, you're at 0. So you're probably just missing a belt. Yes, it is. Found it. Okay, and then these ones can't get out. Okay. Should have asked the Discord guy for any of the changes. Yeah, he posted them like every hour. He was like, "This isn't working. This needs fixing and stuff." And I lost track at a certain point because I couldn't do anything about it. I wasn't even in my office at the time, so I couldn't really do anything. But I could go through all his messages, I guess. That's all right. I'll find them. It can't be that bad. So you can't get your ingots out. Oh yeah, that's okay. That's normal. They're not connected to an awesome sink. That's why. All right, good. So not too bad. So they should start running again. I do need to add more ore because originally it was spec'd for 4,800 per minute, but the factory actually now requires like 5,200. There is a deposit really close by. It just requires tapping it and hooking it into the first truck station. That's all it needs to be done. But yeah, these machines, these are temporary just to keep the factory running until we decide something to do with the copper that's coming up here. As we said, probably copper powder, something like that for a lot of it. There's also then reams of quick wire and cable and AI limiters. They're all being made. They're not going anywhere. Some of them are, but there's something like 6,000 quick wire. This is like 3 belts of it. The 4th belt's not needed anymore, so all that stuff's been changing lately. Anyway, these are the inputs we care about, so let's just get these up and running. So we look like we have a similar problem. Yeah, so these are already utilized, so these would be perfect to take. And I'll have to make a note of which ones it is. But obviously, they're not running correctly right now either, so we'll just follow them. These ones are designated to go to the motor factory. That's all in use. Sorry it's so dark. Alright, so it's not these ones, but the next one's over. They are Mark 5, so it would be... so 1, 2 is going to be those two. Then these two is this two. These two are these two. So it's problems here. Oh yeah. Missing ore, are you? Same thing, I think. Probably disconnected, I hope. Did have a little bit, though. Oh yeah. Got him. Easy peasy, easy fix. I'll fix both lines, fix 2 lines that are going in then. Cool. Alright, so that should be the 4 done, I think. The ones that we're going to use. We'll just connect them into the train station. We'll put some throughput monitors on them, see how they're doing. I'll let them overflow into the awesome sinks just to keep them running in case when the train station backs up. Just for now. This needs an elevator. The other ones have them, but not this one yet. Right, here we are. Spent a lot of hours getting this. Oh, there, it's Devil Dot Gaming, is it? So it's Firestrider in Discord. How many trucks are you using to handle 5,000 ore feeding this? I don't know, like 13 or something? So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 outposts. In total, most of them just have 1 truck. This one has 2. Although I think we need to add more trucks because there is, when we level up, another bit of ore. I think. I don't know. I would have to check if they're slowing down. But I think Firestrider said, like, yeah, you need more trucks. But I don't trust what he says about trucks, just because his experience is different than mine. His trucks all keep deadlocking. I don't know if that's because he added more or if he had some other problem. But he loaded my save. As far as I know, we've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think I've got 7 in total. Then we've got 1 doing coal and 1 doing Caterium. So 9? And they just come in and form a line. And then there's other trucks that go up this way. Right, so we're taking these ones and then we're bringing them upstairs. Might be best to bring them up to the roof, actually, maybe. That needs to be copper sheet. So one of these is not going to be used. Those awesome things are technically temporary, like they will be removed. We do need somewhere where we could probably have some awesome things, thinking about it. But their antennas are quite large. It would have to be in a place where there is no roof, or it goes up to the top floor somewhere and then gets handled. Gonna have to deal with it. Right, so get our archives. Oh yeah, shit. Okay. Already messed it up. That needed to be copper sheets. I guess I could do it this way. So close. What? Why is this off? Problem here. You're on the ground, and you're just coming up to that height. What's the deal? Is it 1 meter off by some reason? Maybe. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought that would be okay. Maybe the floor height is different than the ceiling. Yeah, that's probably it. Whatever. I couldn't go up one because it would clip through the next belt. That's why I was just confused. I know why. It's okay. I brought it down from the roof. The roof must not be an even height to the floor, I guess, or, in twos. It is. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Either way, it looks fine now, so. I just don't understand why from this floor to here, this is offset. That seems very weird to me. But I brought these down from the roof, so maybe there's something changed with that. Just because I'm curious, so if I went up to the roof here. You don't want to clip through. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 11. I don't understand what's happening because it's even for the amount of foundations. Or walls, I mean. 10 to 8. Yeah, it's 18 meters. And these are increments of 2, aren't they? Or 1. 1, 2. So you should always have a gap of 2. That's why I'm a bit confused. So I don't understand how that could be different than this. These are gaps of 2. That's why I was trying to align it to this. But yeah, that's like off. Weird. I don't really understand. I don't want to know. I can't be focused on this right now. But that's not how it usually works. I've built many of these. Rule of 2 is always good. You bring it down, as long as you're counting in 2s, that line up with conveyor poles from the ground. But they're not. I don't know. Am I really doing something crazy wrong? Anyway. This factory doesn't end. Yeah, it's huge. Right, so anyways, let's just get the other group anyway to come over here. So it's going to be the copper sheet. The copper sheet is rolling out from here. Yeah, so I could actually just pull it up from here. I mean, this is going to be, I say, somewhat temporary, but these things are becoming more and more permanent all the time, I guess. So what do we make here? Three 1.25 on each belt. And I'm using some of it in another factory. I don't know if I've counted that yet. What am I using it for? The motor factory. $606 copper sheet from the copper Caterium factory. Oh damn, I don't think I've got enough copper sheet left. Were we just maybe I was just planning on taking the ingots and making more copper sheet. That might be what I was planning. If 606.667 whatever comes from that thing, then we have way less available. So this is already, some of it's already gone. $606 minus whatever that number is how much we actually have left. $255.8883. I have 282 sheets in reserve. Not by my math. It says 255. We make 1462. Is that right? Oh yeah, because I used some in these. Yeah, yeah. Right, okay, got it. So normally what I'm making is 47.5 times 3, so that's the 1462. So there's 3 lines of it. 2 of those lines go into the AI limiters, but a little bit comes back out, 375. So remaining, we have 375 plus 487.5, so that's what we have left. 862 is going in here, into a storage container. I'm sending 606 to a silicon factory. You'll change some clock speeds getting everything going. You'll need to. Yeah, I need to upgrade those. But this is still accurate though, right? I don't see why it wouldn't be. I mean, this is what we make. This is what we use. So this is what we have left. 255. Gotta be 255. Either way, I can't use it. It's not enough. So, I might just leave the copper sheets then and make some on site by sending more regular copper. So we're up at the aluminum pink forest, and the plan was to require 621 copper sheet. Now you can make 1 ingot to 1 sheet if you use water. So we need more water. There's more water available to us up there, I think, just a little bit. We could bring in a little bit more water and make more sheet. But it just means bringing in an additional 621 copper. So nothing really changes. Instead, what I'll just do is say like, okay, then that's fine. I'll take exactly 4 carriages of 4 belts. It actually makes life a lot easier. We'll have 1,950 copper coming into the aluminum factory. If we've got anything left over, we'll parse it out at the copper factory. I think that's the way to do it. So I'm just going to send 1,950 copper into the aluminum factory, and we'll worry about excess later. I plan to send aluminum ingots for the heat sinks to the copper factory. Yeah, I was planning on doing it the other way around, because I just think the copper factory should only export things personally. But it's like when it comes to making copper powder, what do you need for that? Copper and water, is it? In a particle accelerator or something? Because I obviously made it before, I just don't remember. It's just copper. Because then it's like, oh, you could... It's in constructors. Oh, wow. Because if... There's no point really sending trains full of copper ingots somewhere if you get less copper powder out. It's like, just turn it into copper powder here. There's a whole floor with empty space on it for constructors. So if we do need copper powder, you just make it here. So that's fine. You make the whole thing here. Copper into pressure conversion cubes here and particle accelerators if you wanted to. Go up another floor. Anyway, that's a problem for another day. We'll worry about that some other time. Yeah, I'm happy with that. This will still be... I still don't know exactly what I want to do. This is just roughly outlined to say, like, what could they go and make. Heat sinks, fixite, fluid tanks, things like that. So the copper was needed for the casing and the alclad. This will be more than enough. So I'm happy to say, like, forget the sheets. The sheets are fine. Leave them as is. And instead, I will just take straight up 4 of these. So, this one here. Okay, so now they're all just receiving copper ingot. But that makes life easy because it's like, okay, this entire group just goes up there, you know? With the 2 of them anyway. And here we could just even pop in counters just to see what's going on. Let that wind up. I don't know if I need to be in the area for it to wind up, but we'll just come back down in a minute. Yeah, I can't believe it's just in a constructor. I thought it was more complicated than that, but I suppose anything that just has one input. I thought for some reason you mix water with it, but I guess not. Wouldn't really make for a very good powder. You're full already, wow. Nice. The new line smart splitter is not configured. I copy and pasted it from the old one, so it should be configured the same. So when I copy this, has the same settings. Hey, overcharged egg? Yeah, so we're all good. All right. Ugh. Okay, then no worries. There was a lot of talk yesterday about the upcoming DLC. I would like some kind of space marketing, continuations, and building complex things and sending them via elevator to the platform. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they could do anything, obviously, but they never really allude to much stuff going on in space itself. Fixit seems to be a company based on planets, and they need stuff in other planets to help them. And like the whole game, you're basically building a sort of mini ship. So it's like, are there loads of ships? Because you spend the whole game making one. Anyway, but I would be down for it. I mean, I really like what they've done in Foundry with the whole, oh, there's a giant galaxy and you're making stuff to supply and demand. You're earning money. It's like, that's kind of cool, actually. I don't know if they need to do the whole money thing, but I like the idea of making products and then selling them. Maybe as a help to other employees, building a new ship, etc. Yeah. Or it's like there's new colony's been set up somewhere. They need these things, and you've got to send that stuff. I don't know. Yeah, but obviously you could do. It must be kind of fun coming up with things and thinking about what they could do. All right, I just ran upstairs again. Let's just tunnel through. Just check the belt counters again. We're looking for a 487.5. That looks kind of right. This is why belt counters suck, because they just constantly change. I wish you could just set an average. Like, can we not tell you? Just tell me the average over 2 minutes. Instead of changing every 10 seconds. I can't use the information. I just don't know what to do with it. You just had a tornado. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Hope everything's okay. Yoakley. I've never heard of that place. Yoakley. So this is the group we're looking into. It might just take a while for these ones to get what they need anyway. It was these, right? So this is why I need signs over these groups. Okay, a little low on the copper. Yeah, I might have to hook up that other copper node, right? So let's do that next, just so that we can ensure things will run smoothly. I'll need to make... We need Mark III miner for it. Oh, it's City Skylines 2? I thought that was real life. That's funny. Lol in the game. That's so funny. I was like, Yoakley? I haven't heard of Yoakley. He'll be fine. Don't worry about him. Is everyone else fine? Everyone's fine. Don't do it, man. Don't do it. Alright, this is what we're looking to get. Right, 3 turbo motors, 5 supercomputers, 5 more fused frames. Love it. We make some of this stuff. I can make 2 turbo motors because we need more cooling systems. Okay. And I can make 21 supercomputers. Alright, I'll be lazy again and just get these. It's funny when the 1.1 trailer came, the belt conveyor counter got a lot of attention, but after release it went from highly positive to highly negative. That's because it just doesn't read accurately, so that's the main reason. People would love it if it read accurately. I don't mean to sound so negative, but it's like, yeah, like... That's not the number the belt is truly doing. It might be in the... You saw it was changing every few seconds. It's like, well, that's not... You need a larger time to average, obviously. I feel like they were trying to be clever or something and do like, oh, we'll read literally what's passing through the belt, like on this scanner. It's like, well, that's... How good is that? No, it's not out of experimental yet. Nope. I can make pressure conversion cubes. So needed cooling system. I can't make those, no. They have to be made in a thing or something, do they? Blender. Something. So close. Okay, so we built these somewhere, didn't I? Did I do it up there? I think it might have been. That's where I make the fuse frames. Let me get that dismantle crate as well while I'm here. Left side of the spiral coast. Yeah, okay, cool. We'll head up there then. Drive it. Anyway, can you give us a brief description of every factory on the map? Interested in how your world's laid out. Yeah, so this is a save file from update 8. So it was done... It was the second playthrough I'd done on Satisfactory, and I didn't... Once 1.0 came out, I kind of redid a lot. I made a new save. But yeah, I can do that and just... Whoops. Good job, Darren. Just once I get out to the main road. But my save file is given out and everything free, so anyone can just have a look at it if they want. Or even just pop it into Satisfactory Calculator. But basically, so I'm not that even far into the game. It's only just gotten past phase 3. So effectively started in grassy fields. Had a little starter area. Eventually then built... I'm trying to remember it. Yeah, we built one of the first permanent factories was this steel foundry down here. Doesn't make that much. It was an early game factory. Coal was done over here. So there's a really big coal power plant there. It's actually built to sustain Mark V belts. So that was built second. Then it was the modular frame factory. So again, slightly bigger, but not that big really yet. Still. Make sure I'm out of the way of these trucks. God, we're left-hand drive in this world. Right. Oh, I have another dismantle crate. Anyways, I know I'm just saying the name of the factories, but it'll be more interconnected in a second. So after these initial ones were built, the modular frame, the steel, the coal, I had the great idea of saying, I'm going to make a copper factory now, and I'm going to build a factory that uses all of the copper ore in grassy fields. And I'll do it by connecting it via roads, because I was early in the game. Can't remember how early, but pretty early. And I was like, yeah, so we'll use trucks, we'll pop them all in a big road network, I'll build a copper factory over here, we'll get the pure copper ingot recipe, and then if we need to just expand, we'll just extend it out and around this way. So I built like a dam that goes around the waterfall to kind of try and make it look cool. and then designed out what I thought was like quite a simple factory, just large scale. It's like, okay, trucks will deliver in copper ore, and it's all just the same for every group. It's a lot of repetition, but it's the same logic for every group. They take in a certain amount of water and ore per block. There's 26 machines per block, and they all put out 487.5 ingots. There's like 14 blocks, so it's 14 times 26 is how many there actually is. So there's 364 copper refineries. Couldn't power that, right? Could only power like 1 or 2 blocks, but it was fine. Eventually then I was like, oh, okay, also we should probably make a block that does copper sheet. And also, while we're here, let's drive in the Caterium and pick up the Caterium that's nearby down here and make a Caterium section to it as well. So it became the Copper Caterium Factory. Brilliant name. So that's basically what that place does, and it was built with Mark V belts in mind again. So 487.5 coming out of a belt, and or on the line. And we only had Mark III belts when I built it, the 270 per minute. So we powered on whatever I could, and then it was like, okay, in the future we'll come back and we'll just flick a bunch of switches and we'll turn everything on. It's going to be great. And it has been. It's a monumentally big project though. And it was built, I didn't even have like a hover pack or anything at the time. So that's what that place does. Afterwards, I made a liquid biofuel factory here, so it's built underground. This was before 1.0, so there was no dimensional depots or anything. So in hindsight now, it's like quite an inaccessible factory to get to. But it was cool location and cool to build. So now we've built drones on top of it that do have rooftop access that can get out. So I clipped through the ground to do that. They come through the lake or whatever. So they can be just distributing the coal anywhere else, or the biofuel to all these trucks anywhere else in the world. Then after that, it became building, I started building an electronics factory. Oh, sorry, I actually started building like a steel factory. So I call it the Coke factory, which is where I've just driven past now. Coke factory is basically plastic, rubber, and steel, and we're left over with petroleum coke. So the petroleum coke makes the steel. And a train brings in limestone, I think, and mixes the two together, something like that, I can't remember, but it makes steel, ultimately. So it makes encased industrial beams, and steel pipe, and plastic, and that then gets shipped and distributed to the other factory then behind me, which is my electronics factory. I called it the... It started out as a silica factory, so it was quartz and limestone coming together to make loads of silica. And then with the silica and some of the other products I made in other places, it became the silicon factory. So I started shipping the copper from this one out into that one. That factory is so large that it actually just naturally connects to it. It's like the distance is really short between them. So that's what it makes on the top part of it. The top part is silica and electronics. So we started making like the project phase parts for phase 3, so adaptive control units and modular engines. To make the modular engines, I needed a motor factory, so I built a big motor factory underneath it. And that takes in a lot of the copper ingots to make wire, to make rotors and stators, and steel. So that's basically everything that was made there. On the eastern part of the map, we made a quartz crystal factory. That's 2 raw quartz deposits, plus water, just making loads of quartz crystal. That's all that does. There was a little outpost here for raw quartz that gets fed into the silica factory. The aluminum is new. The Rocketfuel factory. So the Rocketfuel factory was my power. It was turbo fuel. Now in 1.0 we switched it over to Rocketfuel. Not at a super efficient rate, but just at the rate that I had. I built on top of what I had already, so totally fine. It does the job, and now we've just built an aluminum factory. And that's basically everything. We also just added a SAM fluctuator factory as well. So that's what I've got in the world. That's everything in the world at the moment. Anything with a little man symbol or pioneer symbol, these are just outposts where we get ore and feed them into other places. The big icons are the ones that are actual factories. So yeah, that's basically it. So at this stage in the game, I'm not really caring about progress, really. It's just more doing fun, big projects. So we have an aluminum factory that's gathering all of the ore from this entire biome on trains, and it's doing the same with coal, refining it down into ingots, and now we want to mix some of all this copper we have with it in order to make like alclad and things like that, and they can be then used to make like heat sinks and stuff if we get copper sheets and all these other things. So basically a giant aluminum factory is what we're doing to work in tandem with the copper. The rocket fuel is now giving us the power where we can turn on everything, and the aluminum gave us the Mark V belts we need to be able to run it at full speed. And that's where we're at. But yeah, my desert series is like the best planned one ever so far for me, like as a playthrough. And that's the new one I've got going on at the moment. This is my old series that we just do for streams, but it's fun because it's like really big scale and stuff. But I wouldn't recommend building this way if you're trying to progress the game, or even trying to just have satisfyingly big factories. It's like, it's a bit too big for a first run. But it's fun to work out and maintain though. Good. And it's great for streams because the projects are so big. This thing's being nerfed heavily. It's like way slower to accelerate now. In 1.1. No worries. I got the desert save. I love those desert subunits. Yeah, they're cool. Yeah, the idea is now the train line's going to run actually between them. So the next thing in the desert series for me is like an aluminum factory, but it's a much more doable one. It's actually still fairly large, and it'll be somewhat future-proofed for a while, but it's much more doable build-wise. But it does require a train bringing stuff in. To make all new train blueprints and things. Sorry, did you ever fully ramp up the original coal power plant to its full potential? No, actually. We could, to get a few extra, it'd be a couple thousand more megawatts of power out of it. Now that I've got Mark V belts, we could do it. I don't technically automate Alclad just yet. Actually, no, I do. Yeah, I do actually. But when I started getting Mark V, we went down there and we upgraded a little bit, and then I was like, I shouldn't waste the Alclad because I don't have it fully yet. But we do now. So that's another thing on the list of things to do. Just upgrade that so it runs fully as well. Hey Milad, and hello Eclipse. I've copied the concept of subunits all over my save. I love the satellite factory type feel of them. Yeah, it's really nice. I kind of wish they were almost further away, you know? The desert just has so much iron packed so closely. There was no need to go much further. Ah, this is what we're looking for. You ran out of heat sinks. Alright, okay. Let's just let it burn through this. These are just to make them temporary for me. After the aluminum's actually set up, then we'll make proper factories for this. Excuse me. See you later, Tim. The soundtrack today is good. That's good to hear. Yeah, it's been good. Surviving Mars, and then Stellaris, and now Final Fantasy. Lo-fi. From Rifty Beats. Can I handle that power? I think so. I wanted to catch the little thing super fast now, please. There we go. Wow, it was actually really fast. Oh. Nope. I'm totally full of. It's because the steel was needed for all that train track I was building. Like, I didn't have enough dimensional depot space really for it. Don't need that. Alright, well, we can leave this area now. I guess I'll just take these with me. I'll probably need them for the things in the future. So those cooling systems, they'll go in my pocket. We just needed it to make one miner. I'm sure in future we might need a couple more before I automate them, but we're not too far from automating it now. At least I hope Stellaris is up after Rome 2. Yeah, I don't know. I don't mean to be so wishy-washy all the time, but I can barely keep up with Rome 2, and it turns out, like... I don't know if I should stick to the multiple channel thing. The multiple channel thing I think would work fine if I could just upload to them properly, but I can't. So it's like, maybe I just shouldn't do other content. I'm just always hungry to play other things. I don't like just playing one thing over and over. I like Satisfactory a lot. I really do. I don't get burnt out on it at all. Frankly, I don't put out that much videos for it. But I just, like, I like other games. I'm like, oh man, I loved doing Stellaris campaigns and Frostpunk and City Skylines, and people ask me for these things all the time. And it's, I just don't have the time for it then. Just don't have the time. Like, I could sit down and just stream 24 hours a day, every day, but I just feel like the videos wouldn't be very good, you know? I like to try to put some time into the videos and make them good, or at least try to. And for me to do that, it just takes such a much longer time to plan things out. Because I streamed City Skylines and it went okay, but it's just like, yeah, these, I don't know, it's just never that good. There's fierce competition out there in the City Skylines community, and I just feel like my cities would look pretty mundane by comparison. And I'm not some like hilarious, super funny dude that can carry laying out roads badly for long. So anyway, I don't know about Stellaris. I was thinking the only way I could do it would be to do... Well, first of all, I was planning on doing something with Stellaris, and then like the reviews are all really bad right now because people don't like the 4.0 patch. I've never seen... Normally when Paradox releases a DLC and the DLC's like comes along with a patch and people don't like it, you normally see the reviews on the DLC. And it used to always be a pet peeve of mine because I was like, most people are complaining about the free update. You should review the game negatively. You know? But people are like, no, they review the DLC because it kind of arrives with the DLC, so that tends to be the thing that gets reviewed. Anyway, the game is actually starting to see its reviews go down because I think people... a wider audience is starting to see like 4.0 is rough for whatever reason. I haven't played it, so I don't really know. So that kind of turned me off playing it for a while, just until they, you know, beef it up a bit. Like a good friend of mine who I used to work with, and he's a designer, he left like a negative review on it. I was like, oh my god, I hadn't actually spoken to him in over a year, and I sent him a message about it. Like, damn, strong words, you know? He doesn't really put himself out there on social media and stuff or anything. And to be fair, it's just a Steam review, but I just haven't seen him do that. And he had a very, I take his opinion seriously, I guess, about how he felt about it. And he was just like, yeah, this is like not ready, like at all. Anyway, I was thinking the only way I would do it in terms of videos would be if I made more bespoke videos on it, but that would take a while as well. So it wouldn't be a playthrough, it would be more like a playthrough but carved up into just 5 videos, that kind of thing. Anyway. Oh, thank you, Overcharged Egg, that's very nice and kind. Yeah, because the only thing I was thinking of, it's like, okay, I could just do like maybe a few videos, and it'd be like the story of my empire and playing through a little bit, and like when big moments happen, rather than like 60-part video series on it. That's the only way I would do it, I think. But not anytime soon. I don't know what kind of race I'd play. One thing I definitely would do, though, is populate the galaxy with, like, handcrafted... other species. Not necessarily in pre-designated spots, but just like I would make a bunch of species and vary it up myself. And then play the game that way. I just like doing that. I think it's so cool. It is cool not knowing what you're going to go up against.
Elevator, here to lift you up and to let you down.
Yeah, I think it's cool not knowing what you're going to go up against, because like, oh my god, there's a fanatic whatever next to me. But I also like kind of somewhat forcing variety into the game and being like, yeah, I want there to be like 1 or 2 fanatic xenophobes, and I want there to be like an ultra pacifist, and I want there to be like this and this. And I can write some lore and like create a backdrop for them and stuff. To me, that just adds a lot of flavor. I'm having the random for the feeling of exploring. I like having the random for the feeling of exploring unknown space. Totally. I do like it too. I think it's nice to have a... For me, it's like a mix. I would add... Let's say there's 12 empires. I would probably add like 6 of my own. And then just like roll 6 random. Because then I kind of also like knowing like... How did they get on? Did they survive? But you know. When I first played the game though, it was dope. Like not knowing anything, just coming... Like it really felt like you were discovering things. I just have to get the fuse frames. They're just over this way. My first playthrough of that game was like, it was so magical to me. I was like, this is the best game ever. I just thought it was so cool. I still do, but to an extent. I just wish they'd make a new one rather than overhauling it. It's a really good game feature that you can adjust it. Yeah, it's really cool. I'm surprised more people don't and share like Empires Online and stuff. But anyway, because I did in a mod. Me and Starkitect made a mod together, and it was all my empires that I'd written, and we made a few custom traits. And it's like a 5-star. Well, it's, you know, it's an outdated mod now, but it was 5-star at the time, and it still is, but it just can't be played. But it's like a 5-star workshop item. And people are like, this is dope, like a story in the galaxy, like pre-made empires. And then you make your own to go into it. And some of them are big already and some aren't, and some of them are right next to each other, and some have wormholes in their systems, and there was no origins at the time. I guess that was also one of the big draws. It's like you couldn't have pre-written backstories, but this did. So yeah, so I was like, yeah, why don't more people make like custom galaxies for other people to play? And you could do it really easily. Anyway, whatever. Hey Darn, curious to what you think of modular production versus linear production in factories, i.e. using a blueprint with both refineries and the corresponding smelters for ingots. Yeah, I think that's really cool. I've only recently started to think about that because people have been bringing it up more, and it's like, yeah, I guess you can make... If you know your chain is like, I need 2 assemblers to 1 constructor, why not put that in 1 blueprint and build them multiple times over, rather than having a section of 20 assemblers and 40 constructors, or whatever ratio it was, you know? It's like, yeah, that's kind of cool. It's like they worked in tandem together right where they are, in blocks, rather than rows of machines that are all the same. I do like the idea of it and the concept of how good that could look. It's harder that way, a little bit. But it's funny, my aluminum factory will be that way. It's going to be 3 refineries into 2 refineries in 1 blueprint. Because blueprints auto-connect now. So it's like, yeah, we'll just connect these 2 together, and then we'll make batches of those as like a mini setup. And I've done that to make the water recycling... Sorry, I meant to go back up here. I just get so distracted. I've done that to make the recycling easier for the user, which we talked about earlier. So it's the first time I'm building a factory where I'm not thinking of like, okay, we need 20 machines, we clock them all to this rate. It's like, no, we're going to break those 20 up into groups of 4, and they all have their own little configurations. And that way we don't have to worry about water problems. Anyway. Right, so what do you need to make fused frames? Ran out of casing. Okay. Is that all you're missing? No power? Oh, I must have cut off the power line here a while ago. Let's see. Yeah, I think I had a big power tower here. I was trying to remove them. I guess I forgot that this is reliant on it. Because with the train line, I don't really need it anymore to go up and down. The power just transfers. Damn, yeah, okay. Get rid of it when I get rid of the temporary setups, I guess, one day. Power down there. Hope that's not in the middle of trucks or something. As long as you get your ratios right, you can just repeat the scale. Exactly, yeah, exactly. But yeah, it's definitely probably a more interesting way to build. Because you have less uniformity, where it's just the same groups of machines and then everything goes from that place to another place. Yeah, so I'll probably try something more like that in the future. Takes more planning in some ways, though. That's exactly where my question came from in my world. My blueprint is using 3 bauxite refineries, 3 alumina solution refineries, and 18 smelters, because alumina is easy to get logistically lost in. Yeah, well, I showed it earlier on the stream, but mine is going to be 3 alumina solution refineries with the sloppy alumina recipe, 2 of which are set to 60%, one of which, the third of which, is set to 80. And then there's 2 scrap refineries that the 260s connect into. So they're at 100, the 260s connect into them, and then the third one that's at 80 is the one that's on its own water line. The other 4 are on their own water line. The 2 recyclers go into the 260s. And that just keeps it all working. Right, so I'm going to be lazy, because this isn't the focus. I'm going to just bring this over to where it needs to go. On a sort of foundation path that needs to laid in. So I have to find the truck station it's going into. It's pretty far, actually. Let's send it in over that floor, because that's like a logistics floor. It has to go over that way and into that station. Right, so yeah, weirdly, we have while this is an output, we now need an input. Good as well. Never done that before. A station that has an input and an output. It's kind of weird. The hell is going on with it? Right. Because then, so the way these trucks go is they roll down here and then they manifold their way along. Each one hits each station one after the other. So if I fill the first one with the extra ore, I shouldn't have to change any of the belts. They'll naturally feed the next belts on, I think. That's the plan. Truck depot looks good. Yeah, it's okay. Let's see it a bit more clearly. I was jumping around a bit. The frame rate's not the best in there, and obviously trucks misbehave from time to time. Case in point. Don't do it. Oh. Rammed from behind. They'll be fine. They'll work it out. They always do, in my experience. Alright, so. Come on, Darren. How lazy are you? Alright, so we need a Mark V here. Do I need to bring it down? Not really. We'll travel along the roof now. That's a new feature since this place was originally built. Back in my day, back in update 8, you didn't used to have ceiling mounts, I think. Or this was updates. Yeah, it was update 8. Can I go straight through here without affecting anything? I think I can. You have to cross over the power lines. It's fine. Actually, yeah, let's not cross over the power lines because it's a bit annoying. And give me this color. We'll turn down this way. I've long since been meaning to like make that room look good. That was the one thing in this. Like I know lots of little things in the factory aren't done, but that was the one big one where I just left it hanging out on its own with wires hanging everywhere. Always bothered me. We're aiming over there, aren't we? Yeah. Well, let's still follow the track around this way. You know what I'd want? A setting where you could have a truck stay at a stop either until it's fully empty. Oh yeah. Dude, speaking my language, of course. Love that. I'm losing my mind here. So we're in the center. How is this happening? It's like the further I move back, the less center aligned it becomes. Can't rotate it. Stop being center aligned then. Just default, please. Definitely okay, wasn't it? Yeah. The straight mode now. Yeah, just... 1.1 life. Yeah, that was it was definitely doing it. Like I wasn't rotating or moving, and like okay, yeah, we're center line. The further I go, it starts like wobbling out, and then it wouldn't let me turn. Strange. Okay, almost there. Over just beyond that pillar. All right, so we have our target. Do some foundations, please. Oh, sorry, I didn't see Mirage Gaming. He said, nice, good job, man. Saw your stream. YouTube featured. In the YouTube featured section? Awesome. I guess I never really think about that. I always just feel like the people watching are just the people who are subscribed. But yeah, because discovery on YouTube for streams is pretty low. Or like not a big thing. So I never really consider that. That people do come in that haven't seen me before? Or like don't even watch the game? Like that's a weird one in some ways. Is this height the same as that? Yes. So we're lower than the road either way. Good job. That's good. Good news. We just aim for the road. Aim for the bushes. Yeah, it either goes to the depot and stays there. Exactly, yeah. Or way to set how much of the truck's cargo it'll drop off. That'd be amazing. Although I wouldn't really care for that too much. I mean, definitely wouldn't say no, and I would use it. But definitely would like the just leave when empty or leave when full. That would be pretty good. This area needs a slug conveyor to lighten it up. Do they actually shine their brightness? Slugs. I guess there's dynamic light in the world. So let's get a Mark V. Go to there or whatever. Okay, if it's not aligned immediately, we'll fix it in a sec. Yes. Okay. Be able to fly for this bit. Give me power. Somebody give me power. Oh. My legs. copy this, then that puller will go the whole way. Nice. Alrighty. Power around it. Oh, I'm sorry, little doggo. Now, I can't remember how much power I'm actually, or copper I'm actually short, but we'll just get the max amount and throw it in there. It's no problem. $780, please. I think Firestrider said it was like 6 something. It was on the homepage. That was new. I watched your videos off and on for years, but for some reason never subbed. I did now though. Oh, thank you. Also, is there any word? No, I don't think they've said when 1.0 is coming out. I think the way it works, see, they don't know. They put it out into experimental. They look for feedback. If there's like a lot of bugs, then they're like, okay, they go work on some patches. They put a patch out, and then they wait, see, okay, how are things shaping now? I think that's what's happening, because they keep putting a patch out, and then they don't have a date. I mean, as a smaller developer myself, to some extent, that's kind of what we do. It's like, we throw stuff up into our beta branch, and we just wait and see. What do people think? And people are like, when's it coming to the main? It's like, well, we don't know. It kind of depends on how bad things are. So I'd imagine that's kind of what they're doing too. I'm assuming they have a general estimate, but you know, if things were good to go straight from the right from the rip, they'd be like, well, we can just launch it right now. 660, thank you. I'm happy to throw more in than we need though, for now. The 660 is the actual requirement for the... Yeah, I guess it'd be good to... Oh. Oh. One's slightly off. Let's just redo that. Just for OCD's sake. So it stopped being in the center, did it? No. The center, that's okay. Don't know. Support was in the right place. Yeah, I'll tweak that, because there's no point actually making more than we need. If that's what the refineries consume, that's what they consume, so you just make it. It would just go into an awesome sync otherwise. Very nice. If you go straight in straight mode without any bends, the straight mode causes wobbles. Oh, that's good. How are our trucks doing? Yep, they're still going. Alright, in theory, that's all we need. Sun's coming up. We're gonna go back up, see if the copper on those belts is like a more correct number now. I might pop this elevator in here as well, seeing as I keep putting it off and we keep using the stairwell, so let's just do that, get it out of the way. They've actually made some pretty good improvements to how you place these, so that's good too. You can now nudge them, which is one new thing as well. Straightness is a spectrum. So they say. Alright, just have to add in the stops on these various floors. It would be really great quality of life feature if you could copy the settings from one elevator to the other, because it's a bit of a pain. that they're all different. I also need some sort of universal system for powering these, because I don't really have that yet. Like, deciding where that power should come in for the elevators. At the moment, I just pull it from outside or from machines and stuff. And that means if I turn off the certain machines, then everything turns off. I'll just temporarily, again, just grab it from outside. I'm having deja vu. Didn't you do this elevator before? No, there's quite a few of these towers throughout. There's like 6 or 7 of them, so you just need a lot of them. We need to check that they're working, right? So we'll just go down a floor. Oh, the zero. Oh no, they are moving at 0. That's okay. I was gonna say the 0 bug is back, but it's not. Right on the pole, please. Can we do that? Fun. Looking for 480 per minute, or at least as close to it as would be reasonable to assume it's working. That'd be funny if, like, with the scanner on the with the pole clipping through, it's just like it just says 1, like error. Pretty good. Seems pretty accurate. Roughly there. The other way to tell is just to check the actual, this one seems low actually. Or maybe not, who knows. The only way to really tell would be to check the percentage of the machines downstairs. So I'll just do that one last little check on the refineries down below. And then we'll send the train up to the aluminum factory. And then we can let it run autonomously then. From then on. Am I going to try Foundry? I just did a sponsored video in it, actually. So I have tried it. I've done 2 videos for them now, actually. Hey, Cheese Toast. So much for all the great ideas. No worries. Cool name, by the way. Right, so we're looking at these guys. 4. So it's controlled by this group. So we just want to make sure that these are now running okay. So it was just the ones on the end that weren't earlier. But basically, it's just 26 refineries. That's all we're looking at in total. That's going to the... it's 1 block out of the 14, which is quite funny. Looks like you got all your copper here now, though. So that's okay. They're at 100. Seems good to me. So both of these lines... Oh, actually, we're using 4. So it's... sorry, let me think. Those are 4 groups. These are 2. Yeah, so it's the next 2 as well. We have to check both. It's 2 blocks, so we're sending 2 blocks total. Got it. So 2 out of the 14 are heading towards... Those ones are yellow. We're heading towards the aluminum factory. It's at 100 anyway. Slightly backed up. Okay, cool. Good. That should mean that these 4, at least for now, should have no problem getting to where they need to go. so we should be able to trust them. What are your thoughts about the game? We'll start a new series. I don't see myself starting a new series. The main reason would be it just didn't view that well for me. My thoughts about the game were basically that it's got pretty good potential. It's quite Factorio-like in many ways. The galactic stuff that they added is really cool. I really like that direction. I think it's quite a smart and clever way to keep progression going, like, after you've kind of done everything on the world. I would like to see more to do with, like, excavating and making more use of diverse biomes and materials and stuff like that. Like, for a second update, I think they're doing pretty well. The main drawback for the game is it just graphically doesn't look that good. So if they could do something there, that'd be nice. And but it is really cheap. It's like, yeah, I can see it being just like this small indie project, basically. Yeah, that's kind of my thoughts on it, I guess, generally. I know potential is like an often overused word, but it really does have like good potential, where it's like the first factory game I ever played was in Minecraft, and it might be the first factory game ever made ever. So to see, like, I'm surprised it's taken this long for a voxel-based game to try and do that kind of thing, or at least on this at that level. We've got most signals already. I'm not doing the whole thing. It's just up to this point. But yeah, I don't know. Stuff like, you know, stuff that I'd like to see would be things like more transportation options for long haul travel. That'd be like a priority for me, actually. Because I hadn't gone through the whole tech tree, obviously, but it didn't seem like I had much of a way to bring stuff really far. So that would have been... That was the thing I struggled with most. I had to build a real long belt. And people did say in the comments, like, there is something else. Signal cannot be placed at the end of a track. Oh, these two don't connect. But yeah, anyway, potential. I think it's got a free weekend now. I think it's definitely worth trying out. And I think with friends, you'd definitely have a good time. Like, you could progress quite quick and you could build a lot. It does feel like you're fighting the build mechanics a little bit, in my opinion. There's a lot of, like, waiting to place things down, kind of. I think I'm spoiled by Satisfactory, obviously, with, like, having, like, such fluid build mechanics and movement mechanics that you feel, like, a little bit more planted to the ground. And it takes a little longer to, like, do the things you want to do. It's not as bad as it used to be in Satisfactory. It's, like, in the middle somewhere. It's like there are a few updates behind, in a way. Because I know people ask for blueprints and stuff like that. But yeah, that's my general thoughts at the moment, I guess, you know? For the price, though, it's, like, really cheap, and it's free right now to try. It's, like, you should definitely give it a go. If you're into factory games, I think the logic of, like, what you're doing is... And, like, the build crafting and stuff is quite good. They're going to the lava biome. They're dealing with space and stuff. It's, like, very complex. It's quite hard to, like, for me, hard to manage. It's not a problem with the game. It's just there's a lot going on. So in that aspect, it's quite good. I did feel like, at least in my playthrough, I was rapidly blowing through tech. Like, I was going through tech so fast, I couldn't even keep up with, like, what I was doing build-wise. It almost feels like tech should be slowed down in a way, for me. But maybe I'm just slow. I don't know. I was, like, getting a new technology every couple of minutes. And I'm like, well, I can't even... It's like, now you got this machine, now you got this thing. It's like... You could pace this out a bit better, I think. For me, anyway. Like, I haven't even had time to really, like, build a crusher. And I'm getting, like, advanced smelters and advanced buildings beyond that. That's what it felt like, anyway. But... Just wondering, do you want to load this up first and then go, I guess? Back up. Anyway, that's just generally how I felt about it. But if it viewed better, I would definitely play it, and I would like to play it on a stream or something, because those are a bit more dynamic, and I can see how people feel about something. Wouldn't be against it. I do think it's probably just not as nice to view as something like this game, though. Does Workshop come anytime for Satisfactory? Yeah, I don't know. There's loads of mods, but just I don't know about Workshop support. I'm guessing they probably won't. because there's a real dedicated community. You have like a mod manager program, and it kind of, I could see them not wanting to use the workshop because the mod manager tells you like the version control of all the mods and stuff, and like Steam Workshop just wouldn't really do that. So in some ways, for Coffee Stain, it'd be a lot easier if they knew, they can tell a lot easier. They can mitigate a lot more problems if people just use the mod manager rather than all mods from all dates and all versions are all available on the workshop. So I could see them just leaving it the way it is. I'm an advocate of workshop support generally for games, but the mod manager is actually so good to use. It integrates with Steam really well that it's like, I don't really mind having it, but you know, I can appreciate the argument either way. Right, so this is where we are. This is where we're going. And leave when full, I guess. Well, it should be full every time. It doesn't really matter. Just go whenever. Alright, so that, I'll have to update the to-do list. But we've done train station copper. We've connected them. We've done the logic on this side. We need to do the logic on the other side and start doing the assembly for buildings. Yeah, I haven't watched that video. I know there is a new community manager. Jason! Jason! Anything goes wrong with the game now, it's gonna be like, Jason! I wish I didn't live in an apartment. I'd love to be able to shout every now and then. I just feel too bad. Oh yeah, they also have the Epic users. That's a great point. Yeah. Yeah. Epic has their own sort of workshop thing going on though. But yeah, it's not as good. I only know that briefly because of Total War Troy, was it? Total War Saga Troy was a Total War game that was like exclusively free on Epic or something for a day, and then it was exclusive for a while, for a year. And they got some sort of workshop thing going for that. Soundproof my studio? Nah. I mean, maybe. I don't think it'd be enough. Like, I actually have loads of soundproofing foam, and I used to have it up. I just realized it makes no difference to the quality on the mic. But I can't soundproof the floor. Not really. There's carpet, but I still feel like people downstairs would hear me. And the window's open, I'm on top of people. I don't know. I just wouldn't feel comfortable doing it. But if I was in a house, it'd be a bit more animated, a little bit. Oh yeah, you could physically do it in the walls if you wanted to do. Obviously, I'm not allowed to do that. I mean, even if I don't own this apartment, but even if we're trying to buy the one upstairs, I don't think I'm allowed to do too much to the walls because it's an apartment. There's load-bearing walls that I can't really affect because it affects the building. We've got a problem at the moment with trying to purchase, which is the building has a landlord. I only just learned this the other day. And it's like, yeah, I guess someone does own the building, and they're having some issue with like some contract thing. I honestly didn't really understand it. I have to put it into like Copilot to learn more about it. There's nothing that we have to do. It's just like they're asking our solicitors to provide something, and the solicitors are saying like, you don't provide that till afterwards. And they're making it really difficult, and it's really unusual. They don't understand why this is happening, and then the sellers are like confused about it too. So I don't know what the problem is. But it means it might cause a further delay, which means I might have to pay a lot of money actually to stay another month, because people are lined up to move in here. And I'll have to pay their rent, and their rent is far higher than mine, or will be. My rent's $1,275 per month, and theirs is going to be like $1,600. Yeah, landlords, like our landlord is actually really, really great. Like my specific landlord for this apartment. But there is apparently a building landlord, and his or her solicitors are having some major problem for some reason to do with something called requisitions. So I don't know what it means really. We only just found out yesterday. These need to be set to... I'll have to let this make its journey again. They need to be set to unload. That's all right, I'm in no hurry to get it right now anyway, so it's fine. Yeah. I agree. Well, I mean, generally, landlords seem to be a bit stingy. That's for sure. But you know, I'm pretty tempted to rent this place out when we buy it after we move out of it, because it's like I rented for 10 years, so now I'll be a landlord. I don't know if I'd actually do that, but maybe. It's kind of a tempting proposition, because we plan on just being here for like 2 years. Because we want to move back to Ireland. The whole reason we started buying here is because we couldn't move back to Ireland in a short notice. So we're like, okay, we'll just buy here instead. Well, the plan is like we're thinking of starting a family, and it's like we can't really be in a 2-bedroom apartment then. Or at least this bedroom is used for an office, so it's like a 3-room apartment overall. And yeah, we'd need a house. And then it's like, oh, well, if we move, maybe we just keep the apartment and rent it out. Maybe. But my landlord's been really good. Just really quickly about him. He gave us 4 months notice. He was like, oh, you know, my mortgage is up in 4 months, so I'll probably sell it. So I just want to let you know, like, if 4 months, basically. So it's like, okay. And that was at the end of our lease anyway. So he's like, do you want to renew? If you do want to renew, we're going to be selling in like 4 months. So it's fine if you want to renew. And he said, what we'll do is you can pay less rent and just stay around while you figure out looking for a place. So I just thought it was nice. You know, he didn't have to tell us, give us that much time. Some people don't. And he also didn't have to lower the rent. He could have raised it. Because it's way lower than everyone else around us. So in some ways I was like, yeah, this is all like totally fair and nice. He hasn't done anything wrong. He's always been good with us. When anything breaks or is ever an issue, like, he's on it really quickly, and we never pay anything. Obviously, it's not ours, so it's really good. He's been as good as he could be. In an old apartment we lived in, they used to come by and like do inspections and stuff, and he doesn't do anything like that either. It's like, it's fine. Right. So we need to start making assemblers or figuring out. So we should start making alclad at least, and making aluminum casing. 258.75. Yeah, so 417 ore comes out of each one of these. Ingots, I should say. And that's the amount of... Alright, let me just look at this. So... aluminum casing. So for the ingots that we have, 90 to 60. I guess I should probably plan for the future though, which is to say that we're currently doing 517.5, right? I think that's not the future number. This number will increase obviously when we get a better belt speed. Let me just see what's happening in these. They're at 95. Oh, that's if they're running at 95%. They're not. They're at 65. Okay, cool. So that's easier. 19.5 times 18. 351. Okay, so we're only actually making 351. Okay, that's good. That's good. But it's ready for 517 in the future. Good to know. All right, so yeah, 517 is going to be the assumption coming out of a group. So we want to use all the ingots and send copper in to make whatever we need. So let's do one group. We'll say like one of these needs to do copper sheet. So maybe copper sheet could be made down here. There's water conveniently right below me. Can I put a water extractors on that? No. Oh, that would have been so nice. It's not deep enough. That's okay though. We'll just bring the water in from the other direction. That would have been just like perfect. Water there as well. What a shame. Yeah, I'll just bring it in from one of these lakes. It doesn't really matter. You could even just come over from the original lake too. There, why housing prices are on a constant rise. Yeah, it's part of the problem. It's not the only reason. You know, yeah, but they are definitely. I'm not a landlord sympathizer here, but there's lots of reasons why like house prices have been going up. It's really about supply and demand, and then obviously during COVID, houses weren't being made as much, and then people had like more money. Interest rates were low, so money was cheap to loan. So people and landlords bought loads of properties, exacerbating the problem of the demand issue. Sorry, the supply issue, right? So now there's even less because the few that was going around, they had the capital to get them, and there wasn't really much in place to prevent that. So because of that, it's like a compounded problem. But then there's also other problems, which is like there's what's the word, like supply chain problems, especially during COVID and just after, and then with the war and stuff, there was like all these like supply problems where everyone's trying to get the same materials to do the same thing in loads of countries around the world. So it's like, so yeah, landlords are a problem, but even if there was no landlords, the prices would still be really high. It's higher because of them, definitely. And it is out of control, so it does need to be, because it's ridiculous. Like, not being able to buy houses affects so many people in so many different ways. It prevents people having kids and stuff like that as well. It slows that down. So it really affects like society, I think, anyway. Why are you at 98? Don't like seeing that. C group. All right, anyways, I was just thinking about where I'm going to do the copper sheets, because there's water over there. So should the copper designated for that come out of this one, roll down and go out that way? It could go underneath as well, follow underneath and go over towards that water. Then the sheets would come back up and feed into one of these groups. Or, I'm not liking that as I verbalize it, I think the water coming along this way and going maybe to the group on the end in a series of refineries here or something, that'd be the way to do it. Yeah, so we reserve maybe block F's ingots to be mixed with copper sheet to make the heat sinks. What does it take to make heat sinks? They need alclad, so that would be alclad down there then. Okay. Let's say alclad, alclad, and alclad. And then casing, casing, and casing. That could be okay. Then I just need to work out how much can we make. So let's have a look at the alclad recipe. It's 30 to 10. Whatever our input is divided by 3. So we send 172 up to the first group. Did I write that down? Yes. Okay, so someone did something right here. That's good. So just the group numbers are going to be different. So that'll be F1. This is type it. F1 and F2. That. Delete those. F1, F2. And then the E2 or E1. I guess E1. E2. D1 and D2. Cool. And then if we need more, then that'll be fine. So yeah, we'll probably have more copper left over than we need. So I'll just send the copper this way, and then whatever we've left over, we'll count that at the actual copper factory. Anyway, I guess the real problem with landlords is I can't really blame people too much in some ways for being like, well, if I've got money and I want to buy up land, let me do it. There should be rules in place like that. You get taxed like insane or something the more you keep taking. Because I don't know. Like, I'm a fairly free market guy, but it's obviously, like, needs to be regulated. Anyway, to add on to that, there's a ton of artificial supply issues created by the people who hold the current supply, wanting their assets to infinitely appreciate. Yeah, there's, yeah. 'Cause, yeah, if you hold it, the value goes up, so there's no incentive to give. Yeah, so that's why it's, like, a really difficult situation. Get a Euro pallet and a closet. Put the Euro pallet on anti-slip mats. Put anti-slip mats on the Euro pallet, and put a closet on the Euro pallet. And insulation on the inside. But that would just be soundproofing in a little tiny box room. I don't want that. I don't want to. I'm happy just to be in this. This office is small enough. Sorry I didn't say anything, Bobby, but I read your message as well. The problem with prices in my area is people selling $1 million homes in the next state and coming here and buying 3 or 4. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Just looking around the house prices here, they're quite high, but houses sit on the market for a really long time before they go where I am. And I'm in a pretty good location, but we've just noticed. So the apartment that I'm purchasing, we got it for $274,000. And it was sold as a new build for $285,000 in 2018. So in 2018, $285,000 now, due to inflation, is worth like $330,000. The people who are selling it for a really big loss from what they bought it, and it sat on the market for quite a long time. Interestingly, the landlord of my apartment, who was selling it, wasn't happy that people weren't buying. So he just decided to put it back up for rent. So he's just going to rent this out. He's not selling it anymore. Because yeah, he just wasn't, he got no viewings. And his price was like $285 or $290 or something. And just, he got no viewings. And he was just like, well, because he offered it to us for $300. And I was like, no, it's not happening. The people upstairs will sell for less. And they did, far less. So that's why we're just moving just upstairs. Because they're the identical apartments. In fact, the one upstairs has some stuff that this one doesn't. But anyway. But I can understand his perspective. He's like, well, I bought it for this much 6 years ago. It should only be worth more now, really, based on everything that's happened. And somehow it isn't. But interestingly, as soon as it went up for rent, loads of people wanted to buy it. Or get in. So, I don't know. It just shows you how backwards it is, really, in my opinion. But anyway, that's the way it is. And yeah, I know, these are apartments, so it is a special case, but just thought it was still interesting. We're surrounded by houses. It's just, we're a group of apartments next door to a bunch of houses, and then next door to more apartments. It's like a kind of a new development. Well, it's not that new anymore. It's 7 years old. Anyways. Alright, so. Wondering, do I have to bring out less than 1 belt? Oh, we need the buffers. Yeah, that's gotta happen. So let's do that first. Sorry for taking so long. Has this made it back yet? Oh, it has. Nice, it's unloaded. We're full, ready to go. One belt is actually enough. I can leave it that way. I can run underneath them if I want, because it's still more than what's going in. So buffer-wise, we should be fine. It's like 200 per minute more. Okay, so let's paint out where this will go. Traveling along here. Then we want to go down into a group of machines. So how many, I guess the next question is, how many machines do we need to make our alclad? So F1 and F2. It's the alclad, and this one as well. So it consumes 30. 517.5 divided by 30. You need 17.25 assemblers. Right? We'll blueprint those on the top and bottom. So I think I've got stacked assembler blueprint already. I don't know if I have it in this world though. Let's see. Yeah, I do. Stacked assemblers, 6 rotors. I might just make it fresh though to fit the theme of this. Shouldn't take too long. I think you can fit 4 on the bottom or something. I need 17.25, so we need 18. I'll make them groups of 2. I think that's evenly spaced between them now, where there's the same gap. Either way, it doesn't matter too much, but it should make it look more uniform. When we build 9 of them. That goes up to a height of 3, does it? I assume so. Paid rent on time for 20 years. It's annoying they won't take that. Oh my god, tell me about it, dude. The frustrating thing that I've known since, I don't know, if I was 3-4 years into renting, was that my mortgage would be lower than my rent. Because we were paying so much rent back in the day. And we were like quoted a mortgage that you'd only be paying back a certain amount. It's like, what are we doing then? Why can't I get that? I've been renting 3-4 years, no missed payments. I've been renting now 10 years, no missed payments. Never missed anything ever once. I don't know how common that is. I assume pretty common. But never had an issue. Never missed a bill. Nothing. Don't owe anything to anyone. Doesn't matter. So I don't know, like, what needs to happen there to make me like a reliable, someone that could be relied upon. And if it wasn't for my dad giving me a bit of help with this place, wouldn't be able to get it. That in line? Yeah, I guess so. Even though my... Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's so annoying. It's like awful. I actually have to clock these down, don't I? Well, they'll have to be clocked down multiple ways. So, what number did I say we were actually dealing with now? 19.5 per minute. That's what they actually consume. So 351. Oh, so this coincidence, in my opinion anyway. There's 18 smelters, but there's also 18 smelter assemblers. Okay. So 90, they need to be set to 19.5 output. Oh, right. These would normally do 30 per minute. So they're 1-to-1. So that's why. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I was like, oh, they're just the same amount. These are going to come out way wider then in that case, because they're... Although these have gaps between them. Okay, good. Alright, makes sense, I guess. So when we scale everything up, like everything will just clock the same then. That's quite nice to have that. Mortgage rates here in Tunisia are around 10%. Like interest rate, that's really high. Ours is like 4.25 or something. Something to remember about rent versus mortgage. Your rent is the most you will pay that month for your housing. Your mortgage is the least amount you'll pay that month because of all the maintenance is on you. Yeah, it's different for me though. I'll be in an apartment, so the building actually is still taken care of by someone else. It's different. But obviously, I know what you mean though, yes. It's not like... Yeah, obviously with a house, there's a lot that can go wrong, that needs to be maintained over time. Yeah, definitely. For the, so we pay something called, we will be paying something called ground rent, which is like the fee that you pay the company that manages the building. And it's like 300 a year or something like that, so it's not that much. And then you get insurance against stuff inside. But we don't need building insurance, that's covered by the building. We just need like insurance inside for anything, like if a fire happened or something like that. Maybe I should do more with this blueprint, like hook up things. I wish I planned this somewhat better, because you could actually position these directly in front of the things that's coming out. They don't need to be on a manifold line. But I guess it's more flexible this way, right? Because we could always just change it. There'd be a lot more changes needed. But what's the spacing like? Let it be there. You wouldn't be able to do it. It would have to be... If I had spaced them just a little tiny gap one further, they could have fed directly in. Oh well. Okay, so these are the inputs. Inputs. Go further back on these. Connect these as floors then, I guess, entirely. This is how much alclad are we making? Same for the ingot going in. Okay, cool. The one belt is okay then. So yeah, just connect that over. Thinking about it, we'll probably need more train stations carrying this stuff out. I don't know where they're gonna go. Haven't planned any of that. Okay, they need their inputs. I tried this before. Smart splitters all the way down. This way you just do one machine at a time. Slightly, might be slightly quicker that way, but not that much quicker. And then the ingots go on top. The copper ingots. I guess it's all ingots, but yeah. I'm gonna delete this bottom, and then I could just maybe use this as a blueprint just to pop in the bottom. Copy from each other, so that's okay. Hey Val. Minimum wage here, $180. Go F. Well, I don't know if minimum wage, I don't know. I guess in an ideal world, should you be able to buy a house on minimum wage? I mean, I guess it'd be nice if that was the case, but that doesn't seem somewhat sustainable. because the cost of building a house requires work that requires more than minimum wage, so it feels like the economics of that wouldn't really ever work, but maybe I'm wrong, without some sort of subsidies. Or minimum wage is just greatly increased. You think so? Minimum wage should be high enough to let you buy a house? I mean, it probably is how it should be, but I guess I'm so detached from that. Not the minimum wage argument, but the idea of that ever being a possibility. It just sounds like a utopian dream, you know? Like, how could that work? Given everything else. It feels like so much would have to change. Either the prices have to come so far down, or the wage would have to go so far up. Like, minimum wage would be so high that I'd be making, like, far lower than minimum wage, you know? Yeah, it's like, obviously, in principle, it's like, it'd be great if everyone could just get a house that works. So I wouldn't be against saying that. But, yeah, just the economics of that. It's funny to think about how that could possibly happen. As far over we want to go? Guess so. Alright, almost done. It is a blueprint, and then that'll be our alclad. And this blueprint could then just be morphed into one that does casing. That'll really be all I wanted to do today, is get the casing done, do some of those cosmetics, connect the rail line. Oh yeah, I need to mark up. I'm getting really bad with that to-do list. Alright, just putting some different music back on. Alright, so a lot of AI limiters needed for these, but I've got a lot, so hopefully it'll still be okay. Doing overflow all the way down, so one machine feeds... Until one machine is full, the next doesn't get anything. See how that goes. The aluminum alclad will roll it this way, and then these will... I'll keep these there, actually, and I guess we could just throw them in instead. Yeah. Alright, I guess that's it. So, call this alu assembler for two height. Sorry, did that not save inside of it, or? This happens on occasion, and I don't know what you can do about it. It doesn't recognize that this is part of the blueprint. If I try to save this, it'll be like, got no cost. There's nothing in here. Like, well, there is, isn't there? What if I change this somehow, even just a little bit? Will it recognize it then? Oh, I can't. Wow, that's weird. Okay. Let's just save and back out and go back in. Maybe reset that. Oh, this is stream 15. Damn, shouldn't have done that. Oh well. Continuity has been broken. Our world as it exists is currently based on false sense of scarcity. There's no reason with our current resources technology we couldn't feed, house every human on Earth, but it's not profitable. I wouldn't go that pessimistic about it, me personally, but I mean, yeah, if we all had a shared common goal, sure. In Germany, you're barely able to pay for going out with friends, to buy a car, or whatever, also the rent. To live alone has become a nightmare. Yeah, we should probably just leave, not get more political than that. Not that it's a problem, I'm sure. No, there's no big flame debate in the chat, and I don't disagree with anything anyone said. But it just always leads to one side versus another eventually. And really, we're just here to talk about how to build an aluminum factory. Reality and ideal are two different things. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like that's never gonna happen. Where everyone's like, yeah, let's everyone just make sure everyone's all good everywhere. That's just never gonna happen. Only under some insane, like, dictatorship could they enforce that kind of behavior. You know, some sort of thing like that. Interesting to see this sort of utopian world like that. Yes, interesting to see it, not live in it, I don't think. Anyway, could house prices be better? Yeah. It's a bit weird that that hasn't... I mean, I know a lot of governments do talk about that, but just feel like it's not really being actioned very much. If I place this in here now, and I'm inside it too, it is recognizing it now. That's good. It might be because I was flying and floating outside. That could be why. So I need to basically build that again. Well, actually, I need to load it. And delete just a few parts of it. So I can just copy it to the bottom. It would just save me a lot of time having to rebuild it on the bottom. Oh, this is actually still saved separately. Oh, great. Okay, cool. So this should work then. So let me load the one we just made. And then try to place in the one I just looked at. Could be because I nudged it into place. Actually, who knows if any of these things are affecting it, you know? I think it would be the nudge actually that would do it, thinking about it. Maybe not. Maybe not. Trying to nudge it while I'm inside anyway. No, it's not recognizing it. It must be because I'm nudging it. Because if I just place something in here, it works. Or because I've loaded 2 blueprints in. Let's just clear again. Cleared it completely. Place that in. Does this count? That does count. Clear that. Try it again, but this time I'll nudge it. I'm just trying to work out what this problem is. Nudged. Okay, so I've nudged it. There we go. Okay, so you can't nudge a blueprint inside the designer and then it counts as a part of the recipe. Okay. Alright, we'll just build the bottom then, because there's no easy way to do it. Ground rent is not what you pay for the building maintenance. That's the service charge. There's no way it's less than 1,500 a year. It is. Yeah, so our building, we have 2 things. You are right, there's 2 things, but it's not more than 1,000. There's no way. I can't remember the number. We were told the number. One's the service charge, and one's ground rent. Or whatever the names are. There's just 2 names for these things. One's with a company called Priam. They're the company that we're with. And one is for the maintenance company that comes by, I guess. And I can't remember, but for the year, it's definitely not over 1,000. Because I know what I'm paying per month. If I knew it off the top of my head, I'd let you know. But I was told this number like months ago at this point, so I can't remember right now. Because I remember people in the building talking about it before and being like, oh, it's so expensive. And then when I was told, I was like, I don't think it's that much. It's like 50 a month or something. It's like, okay. I thought it was like hundreds per month, and it's definitely not. What am I looking to do? Oh yeah, just build this. Right, I think I have them in position now, so it should be a little quicker to go now. So this guy here. If I said this wouldn't take that long, it wouldn't have taken that long if I didn't have that issue. Oh yeah, and if I build them with they'll auto-connect, right? And now their color will auto-connect. Would be nice. Do I need a belt coming out on this side and going in? Can't remember. Like if I just have one there, will this know? Or does it need to be a belt on both sides? I did it this way, so let me just see. Well, they'll be connecting into each other, so no. People said you were overlapping them or something. On both sides? Okay, yeah, I guess so. Fair enough. Thought I learned, someone in the chat was like, no, you don't need to do that. You'll be overlapping them. Oh, maybe it was if it was right on the edge. This seems like such a small little segment to join onto, but oh well. Okay. Alright, so we need 9 of these. Hello, Rex. Well, I'll find out the random challenge, just in case you're right. I'm wrong about a lot of things. Pretty sure I know about that one, because that was like quite an important one. Alright, this is good. Start here at the bottom. I need 9 of them. Number 1. Blueprint to auto-connect. Graph 5. This will be number 6. I do have to go pretty far out, actually. It might not let me do these ones. 7, 8, 9. So before I put in 9, I wonder, does that station need to move further out? The other alternative is to build higher. Also, these are offset for some reason. Oh, they're flipped. Great, good job. Should the blueprint be 3 stacks high so that it doesn't go too crazy? And then this side of the building will be raised. Might have to be. I feel like it's going out too far. Another layer, they say. 6, 12, 18. Yeah, it still works. Okay. If they fit. I think they do. Alright, so an additional layer up. 2 and 3. Can we move on from the talk about utopias and how human instinct is or whatever? I don't mind it, but it's just like, I don't know whether to read it or not. If it's about something to do with me or this channel. Am I bringing Rexy back? That's funny. Does that little kitty know how to act? That's so funny. Rex. The window. Don't have a light or anything to show. I can kind of show you him. There he is, just hanging out. He's got his little steps. Doesn't need them anymore, I guess, but he uses them. Good. Minimal use of his back legs is good. Well, not minimal. You need some muscle, obviously, but they basically said he's like going to be more prone to arthritis. Yeah, at high risk. So it's like, oh, that sucks. I'm always going to be worried about his legs. Little legs. Alright, here we go again. More time. Oh, what am I saying? To stack double, we would have to stack quadruple. So I could just put this one on top of that one. That would work. Yeah. But the clock speeds would need to change, because now instead of 9 of these, it's like you need 4.5 and then 4.5 and then 4.5 and then 4.5. So I just chop off the ones on the end. Okay, yeah. This would be fine. Okay, cool. So this is actually much quicker anyway, so this works out. Get rid of that. The only thing that needs to change is I need to keep this on top. Arthritis sucks, trust me on this. Yeah, they said it's not guaranteed, but he's a high risk, so I'll probably every month or something just always give him like joint supplements or something. Especially obviously as he gets older. Just always be worried about it. Why didn't you just build one level of the blueprint and stack them? I tried to, but unfortunately it's a long story, but I did try to. Just a minute ago. It's because one was too highly raised and I couldn't lower it. So when I nudged it in the designer, it doesn't count as being in the designer. The whole thing. If I had just started with 2 on the bottom, it wouldn't have been an issue. But I didn't. So it's my own fault. Alright, anyways. Lapse that. This. I guess just get rid of this one and start it again. Right, so we need half the amount I was originally going to do. So we needed 9, now we just need 6. Or sorry, 5. And we'll disable the machines on the end, or at the beginning, one or the other. And then we build another layer on top of this. This room will go up quite high. want the inputs around on this side. Like so. And there we go. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, simple. And then we just do another group right on top of the same one. Problem. Ah, it just rotated itself around. Why does it do that? It says something's wrong, overlapping, but so it's trying to connect to the things down below. Oh, that's frustrating. I might have to connect these ones manually then. It's like that belt's already connected though. Oh wait, no it's not. Wait, why aren't they connected? Oh, I didn't build a thing. Okay, yeah. Just connect them manually, whatever. At least the bottom, yeah, the bottom ones are done because I obviously had a thing in place, but I didn't have a thing in place for them. My bad, bad. Once these are connected, then we can do the ones upstairs and that'll be fine. You can go. There, okay, so it's just the second layer inputs. Please tell me I set these right. Yeah, okay. I don't know how I'd make these auto connect. You'd have to have like a hover, like a conveyor belt pole hovering in the blueprint in the middle, and then delete it after if you wanted to get rid of it, right? Could try that just now. Again, blueprint designer, just for the top layer. See if we can make those top belts auto connect. Yeah, oh, or the stackable, yeah, that's true. That's actually a good point. Stackable, you can just keep it there. Oh, so just a, yeah, that makes sense. Damn, though, it's so close to the edge. Could be built further. Okay, I could delete the stackable though. If the belt is just there on its own, will that work? So like, would this work if that wasn't there? Yes, right? Because then it's like, now that'll just be on its own, that'd be okay. We could just avoid using these, that'd be nice. Belt alone works? Nice, cool. Alright, so that should be okay then. You need stacks of stackables. That'll be my Mr. Beast branded chocolate for Satisfactory. It'll be stackables, and they're like little conveyor poles, so you can stack and eat. $1 billion idea. And like on the front of the packaging, it's like the lizard doggo. I can see it now, man. Stackables. Alright. I didn't do the other floor, did I not? Did I not? Yeah, I guess not. Damn. Oh. I had to pull it out with the hotkey and ended up uploading it to the cloud. Double clicking didn't work for that for some reason. Okay, let's try again. So load, alu, I just did the top row, did I? Yeah, weird. I guess I didn't do the bottom. Oh dear. Okay. I didn't even connect these ones, so that was a good catch, I guess. I'll have to check the other ones that I've already put down then. Oh no, there's one in there. Oh, but now this... Okay. All good, I think. All good. Oh, these belts on the bottom, are they connected? Yeah, I must have just reconnected them manually. Don't even remember doing that. Okay, cool. Rotate, please. This way. Yes. It's easier watching than doing. It is a little bit because your mind gets focused on a certain thing and you forget. Like, yeah, that's my bad. I'm also like when I stream, I'm definitely like a little less paying attention on the game, just a little bit, and that does affect me a bit. Not much though, to be honest. I make mistakes all the time anyway, but I feel like I do make more on stream. Maybe it's just a feeling because I know when I realize it because people tell me. That could be the case actually. Right, so just connect these up with power, and that'll be that. We just have to disconnect one of the machines as well each. That's top row done. Alright. Second row. Third row, and I think I already did the bottom. Alright, good. Now, this same sort of blueprint can be used for the next row, for one of them, but then the other one would have to be casing, and the values for casing are different, so I'd have to figure that out. I guess I didn't connect these, so let's get that done. I'll have to do something more interesting for these poles to carry that power upwards, I think. But for now, do this. So, some of you are not connected. So you were never connected to your buddy. Means one on the very bottom isn't either. And that means every few machines that's going to be the case. That's good. Oh yeah, because these ones are the ones I tried replacing. Got it. So the bottom ones just aren't connected. Ah, it was so close, but oh well. We'll get it for the next blueprint though. Yeah, it's okay. Alright, cool. What time is it, by the way? Okay, still got some time. I'd still like to make the flasks, tanks, and send them to the other factory. They'd probably be flown by drone. And the drones will be, yeah, be fed by them as well. Be interesting, but we could do that next, because the flasks, I keep calling them flasks, but the tanks could do that themselves down there. Even as a temporary little setup before we get serious with it. Right, so let's turn these pelts off, get rid of them. Cool. Alright, the row is finally ready to go. So the bottom row here powers these two bottom rows, then this top row powers these two top. Cut that off for now as well. We also need to just disable one machine each, so maybe the machine at the very end. Probably be the best. You get rid of this, I guess. Cool. It is a shame that this was like offset a little bit, but not a big deal, I guess, in the grand scheme of things. It is a separate building, almost. Like, there'll be a bigger roof on this one. And it may go up even higher, depending on what we make. Recipes, I hope they're good. We'll just gotta trust that they are. Yeah. They're okay. Alright, so let's turn these off. They'll be used in future, but not now. Everything else should be good. Right, just temporarily, I'll make 2 of these fresh ones. Merger's ready, just so we've somewhere to send all this alclad. Okay, and we just need to do the same for this one. E, and that needs to go into that one, which is pretty far over there, but... Nice, alright. A little bit of power. Vertical, yeah, I know, vertical nudge. It does make life so much easier. Like, gauging the heights of these things is difficult enough, but like, being able to just adjust it quickly and move things up and down. I used to spend so long on that stuff, so it's really nice now. Mantle crate nearby. Let me go get that. Ah, there it is. Alright, we're almost ready. So we just need to plug in the aluminum. And they can stay at the same height, which is good. I'm gonna back up for a minute, but that'll be okay. They're making far less than their belt can handle, so this can go underneath. Alright, bottom line in. I can't remember if I adjusted that one or not, so I'll just do it again. Oh yeah, yeah. I was gonna say they shouldn't be going forward without overflow, but they will do that because this only takes 60, so that'll just be a constant 60 going in, I guess. As long as there's stuff on the belt. Good. Alright, so the next thing then is the copper. It needs to come up. Now, Thinking exactly where to do that. Oh, I'm so silly, Emma. This is supposed to go upstairs. Take already. Thought it was being clever having it at the same height like that, but can't do that. Alright, so the next row has to do the same thing. Looking a bit crazy, but I guess vertical splitters might be useful there, but they're a bit finicky. I keep meaning to make a blueprint that just has them like kind of set at certain heights. Cool. All right, at least that's working now. Right. So yeah, the copper needs to do the same thing. Has to come up and split multiple ways. So I'm gonna. Alright, we're on a bit of a timer. Need to leave room for that group and then this group. So we'll follow this line here, I guess makes the most sense. I guess actually stacking them together and then cutting them off at where they need to go will make sense in the future. Why is the bottom Mark V belt slower than the one above? I'll look into it. It shouldn't be. It could be that I left these backed up longer, because they are all doing the same thing at the same rate, and as long as they're all running, they should be the same. They seem to be. The steel down somewhere. We're doing more train stuff, and when we are, I'll just pull it out of that container. Right, so the copper is here. This needs to now be divided into these belts. Again, vertical splitter will be nice here, so let's try it. I'm trying to remember the best way to do this, because if I send something in this way... Actually, this might work. Hang on. Let me just test it normally, and if it doesn't, then I'll do something else. No, this doesn't work. Yeah, damn. But this is what I want to do, right? So... Oh, wait. Actually, maybe it does work. Sorry, maybe I'm speaking out of turn. I don't know anymore. I'm crazy. I've gone crazy. I think that's it. Let's see. That's not bad. Not really. Now I can't remember what problem I had with these. Hey, there we go. Making the first groups now. That does make sense. Why does that make sense? I've done these before and it's like, oh, these suck or whatever. Now it's like, well, that works. That works just fine. I think it's because when I've tried to do it before, I'm aiming for this one, right? And you wouldn't be able to do that because you would have to feed it from below. So that's the normal problem. But if you start it at a already higher place, it's great. So that's why. Obviously, the top rows would take longer. But this would be an inelegant design, really, because this it doesn't really work properly. Like the top and bottom groups here are receiving, it'll back up the alclad on the top first. Though weirdly, it's actually backing up on the bottom first. Probably just because that was running longer. It should all get out eventually, though. Anyway, because we're not sending as much copper to the top two, right? Because we're waiting for it to fill the bottom one, then this one, then this one, then this one. I could work out how much they need per row and just set belt speeds to be lower just to help it along. 6.5 times... how many? 65. Oh, could have been almost so close. Oh wait, the last one isn't active. 9 times 6.5. 58. So it could be a Mark 1 right now. In the future, it would have to be Mark 2 at least. So this will encourage like more even distribution, but obviously I think the real way to do it would just be to make sure they are divided first and then they feed in. There's a crate right there. Yeah, I couldn't pick it up. I was meant to get rid of it a second ago. Thanks. That's why I actually dropped that there, so I could pick that up and I just forgot. Well, there we go. This is the first time copper has actually come from our copper factory. There's the train doing it. And we delivered something in. And it's working. It'll take a little bit of time for the manifold to get going. But now that we've democratized the belts a little bit, that'll help also. We might just kind of want to send some of this as overflow somewhere just so that it doesn't back up too much. Just temporarily. Just because it's taken in too much and it can't go anywhere right now because I took too long. There we go. Just help these drain. I just don't want them to be backed up because that'll back up refineries. It's a whole mess. It might be a good contingency just to always have like an overflow at the end of these just in case. Like if the end merger was actually a smart splitter, might be better. Or a priority merger or something. Well, a smart splitter just after the fact. Maybe. Anyway, I don't know. Yeah, as nice as that looks, it's like, damn. I wonder, so I could feed it from the bottom, and then we get our first split. So that could just go in there, and that could go in there. And I could just do that twice. Yeah, I could just do that twice. That might be better. So splitter would start here. We go in, split, and go up to... try to get into that one. But we need to merge this, pull this out if we could. This might look weird. I'm just going to try it anyway just to see what it looks like. Alright, so now Mark 5 goes in there. That goes in there, which feeds into this one and this one. I can disconnect that. for the autosave. Well, now they could be faster belts anyway. Right, so now we're splitting two ways. This isn't really a splitter. I mean, I guess it kind of is. It's splitting between here and there. This one's not really a splitter, it's just a way to turn. So that could have just stayed as a lift, actually, so we could change that back to a lift. Yeah, okay, that kind of works. Anyway, I need to put more faith in manifolds and trust their process, but I'm still too much into the instant gratification. Manifolds don't take that long, depending. I've also this time, but yeah, for each, I mean, it is nice having load balanced machines. It just takes up so much space. This time I've actually done something weird, which is I've told this to overflow when this machine gets full, and same with each of these. So the manifold will be still slow, but it'll be more like boom, 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 boom. We shouldn't really see these ones stop and start too much, because they kind of can't. But it is still a manifold for sure. Have we drained this now? Yeah, so I'd say we can get rid of that now. Just to be doubly sure, it's 19.5. 19.5 times 18. Because 351 is what we make, ingots. You're consuming 19.5, and there should be 18 machines active, so let's just count to make sure. The one on the end is not active, it's disabled. That's 9 there. And then obviously 9 there, so yeah, that's 1 to 1. These are full now. That didn't take so long. So the ones on top will take long because we told them to slow down. But they won't take that long now. Here you go, I'll give you the excess copper I had on me. That's why I'm just a bit perplexed. Why is this slowly getting back? Okay, yeah. It should always flush out to the same amount, because it's exactly what it needs. I'm just going to take this. So now we're just guaranteeing, like, you need to get full again. Don't mind the copper being backed up. That's fine. It comes out of a train. There's not much we can do about it. These ones really shouldn't be. As long as the machines are all running, that's all that matters really anyway. But yeah, with 18 machines, you could easily load balance these. The refineries could split, I think it's 18 6 ways, 6 splitters. And then the smelters go 1 to 1 with each assembler. So that would have been an easy load balance, to be honest. I've been a bit lazy. And in some ways, overcomplicated things. The copper less... well, yeah, the copper would just be a 1 to 6 splitter as well. Well, we did it. We automated Alclad, just like that. I wonder, so how much is that supposed to be when it's all running? Oh, it's the same amount. So it's 351 Alclad. It's what we expect to see twice now. So we're making 700. And then the other one is just to make casing. Let that run for a bit. Bottom should be now at that number. 351. Top one will get there in a minute. Yeah, they don't. The fact that they don't snap really bothers me. I was trying to put other things down to see if they could snap, like if you could place something in front of it and then it would know. But I don't think it does. It might be the only thing that has no snap point in the entire game, as far as I know. I like manifolds for high volume shipping and load balancing for low volume stuff. Yeah, this is the catch-22 with load balancing. It's like manifolds work best at low, like when they don't have to go into many machines because it gets running really quick. But everyone would want to do them for lots of machines because it's tedious to load balance for big things. Like a real catch-22 with them. But there we go, 351. That looks good. Obviously, it's always going to fluctuate a little bit, but as long as we know that it's around that number, we know that it's correct. This said 357 a second ago. So it's a shame that it does that, but it does, so it is what it is. It's a general rough gauge that we're at the number we need to be. Cool, so there we go. That's 1 row done out of 6. They're not all going to be doing this. These are just the ones that receive copper. But these ones are going to receive copper as well. These will be different, though. We won't do them now. I'm going to wrap up. But we're going to be doing casing for the bottom tier. And the casing amount we're using copper. It requires way more copper on this. And so much fewer machines overall. So the top layer is going to be the same. Or the bottom. Depends which one we want to do. Where it has all the... I guess the bottom, if that has more. So the assemblers, all the same amount of assemblers go on the bottom. We could just do that now. That wouldn't take too long. And then I need to modify the blueprint or make another one. That's just a few of these on the top. It'll be 19.5. So 351 again, divided by whatever we just looked up. Although we want to use the proper numbers. So it's actually 517.5. 517.5 divided by... a number I just forgot. I think it was 150. 3.45 machines. We'd only need 4 assemblers. Yeah. For the casing. But the volume is really high. So that's pretty easy. We could do that right now. And we'll call it after that, okay? Yeah, they take a lot of copper. But these take barely any. So it kind of all balances out. That's why it's awkward. Each one of these has 487.5 coming out of them. So what really needs to happen is we need multiple belts all traveling along the top of each other. But then, like, priority merging into each other. Well, that doesn't even need to be priority. Just merging in. And any excess then goes back. Well, the excess would just back up anyway. But that's my point. It's like, there's no easy way to divide, like, saying, like, oh, we need 487 and we can just feed an entire group with that. Like, nah, that would be really, really tricky to do that. We base our groups off the aluminum. And it should stay that way, I think. You could have a big section where you divide up all your aluminum ingots and you add it to the copper ingots and like try to load balance it that way. That would just... You could do that. But anyway, let's just copy this. So this is going to be the same for this row. No difference. The blueprint has been improved, so should be easy enough to add these over here. And then next week, I'll be back and we'll do some little bit of cosmetics on this side as well. As we like build out the cosmetics, as we build the factory. This is why I didn't want to go further, because I wasn't sure like how high do we have to go. I don't like seeing that machine with a yellow light on the end. It is by design. It might be... I guess we could just remove it. I was going to say better to disconnect and it would be a red light, but I'd just remove it. Anyway, yep, so this is all good. Do auto connect blueprint mode, please, again. Make sure we're flipped the right way. Double click. We need 5 of these. That's 2. Or dos, as they say in Spain. Tree, as they say in Ireland. Don't know any other number for 4. And then 5. Other than Spain. And what's 4 in French? Un, deux, trois. I'm out. I'm off. Alright. There we go. Easy as that. Did I go further than I need to? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, I did. Yeah, I was thinking Qatar. I can't even say it properly, but that's what comes to mind when I say it. Then I was thinking, what's in Spanish? Cuatro, isn't it? Yeah. Wilkinson sword Quattro. Alright, so the next one then would be just doing the same thing here again. Except this time just taking this bottom group. This is a nice and easy one to do. I really like the Surviving Mars music for this game. I might use it in the videos. Can't wait to clear up some of these awesome sinks so we just have a cleaner. I mean, that's what's been happening. We keep removing them and going further out, and the factory just starts looking better and better. Right. So to copy the same thing that we have over here, we need conveyor splitter. That be in the right line? It looks like I did it on the line here. It's gonna face that way. Hang on, I'll check that one sec. I don't know. Which one is it? This one? Question for you. When you set up truck stations side by side, is it normal if a tractor picks up from both, even though you have the nodes going to just one of them? You set up a truck stations side by side. Is it normal if a tractor picks up from both? No. So what you need to do, and you said, even though you have the nodes going to just one of them. So there's no gold node on the other one? So when you got out of the truck or tractor, and you looked at both truck stations, did it make a gold node appear on the other one? Because that's what happens. You don't drive through it, you don't load or unload, but then when you let the route drive itself, it'll auto-apply gold nodes to stations it goes to. What you normally would do to avoid that then is you get out, walk up to the node, and delete it after the route's been saved. Only a gold node to the truck station that I wanted to go to. And it's still stopping and unloading at the next one? That's yeah, I've never seen that. I've never had that problem before. Are these stations literally next to each other? Like no gap? Because maybe that's why. But yeah, I've never had that before. Normally if you delete the gold node, they don't go to it. In fact, they try to do anything they can to drive around it. Chad, I had my first Satisfactory experience the past 2 days. Why am I hooked? Why does my brain hurt? Get used to it. But it means your brain is growing. Damn. Accidental right click. Conveyor merger. What the hell was that? It was like a vertical one for a second. Might be a lift underneath me. Alright, these are ready to go. We just need to provide the copper. I need to give this away to relieve itself. Backed up. So, if I think about how much copper is going into all of those, we could subtract it from that belt and see how much we've got left on it. 6.5. 6.5 at the moment. It'll be probably different in the future. Just for now, we'll do it this way. So 6.5 times 36? 234. Yeah. Oh, but this needs so much more copper. This needed 75 per machine, wasn't it? But we're underclocking them. Oh, I'm thinking of the casing, sorry. We still only need a really small amount. Oh, yes, this will easily just come off of this route then. It's such a shame this is all in the way. Like literally in the way. Alright, so it's still going to be in the way, but we'll move it further out for now. Good, these aren't really used. Alright, so we freed this area again just for a bit, and this is where this copper line is going to break off and go in this way, but then we'll need a different copper line that will go up to the top part, because it'll need way more. In fact, you might even need 2 copper lines for the casings, there's a lot. So how did I do this? Oh yeah, okay. Well, that's cool, we could just do the vertical merger thing then here on its own. I'll just send that way up for now. Well, actually, yeah, and that can go. I was just thinking, sorry, I got lost in my head there, but I was like, oh, cool, you could actually break off this way and go even higher. Like, but it would all be in a dead straight line then. I wouldn't have to be pulling off to the side. It's like, interesting. Depending on the situation anyway. Slightly too high. This is going to be the... Oh, damn it. So hard to know if that's in line. I think it is. Not. So it has to be a little higher than that. Ugh. Alright, let me just build a wall and then I'll be able to remember where that was. Because if you use a belt, it'll just keep snapping onto itself. It was there, now it's here. Oh wait, did I need to go lower? I think I needed to go lower, didn't I? Now I don't know. I think this is offset actually from the normal height. If I didn't move it ever, it probably would have been okay. Yeah, that's the thing about it, isn't it? That this is now offset from the ground height. Now I'm starting to remember why. I didn't like these. Alright, so this will be okay though, I think. Oop. Alright, there we go. So now they'll start making even more alclad. And that'll be all the alclad we plan on using. These 2 alclads that come out here, they're planned to go into heat sinks. So the plan is to have another copper line here that goes into refineries and makes copper sheet. It's either that or make even more copper sheet down at the copper factory. But I'd rather not do that. The space is like quite limited over there. So yeah, some copper sheets here. We'll combine with the alclad and then we'll have a huge heatsink area. But the only thing I'm a bit worried about now is like, where does the train station go for exports? Like all the things that we make. I don't know. I don't know. Have to figure that out. Day 1 was a bunch of ugly forward facing contraptions. Day 2, I'm already so invested into making it better and better. Having area wars who can make the more efficient start. That's so funny. Oh, you learned the maps. Oh, yeah. Did you thought you were on different maps or something? Yeah, the map. It's all just one big map. I'm sorry. 2 depots are within range of a gold node. It'll collect from both. Oh, really? My brain hurts watching your content. I love it. Thanks, Martin. Sorry I'm so slow to reply. Nice. They're supposed to be 351, so they're obviously pretty good. These don't have power. Oh my god. What? Oh, the bottom ones don't have power yet either. I forgot to adjust that in the blueprint. Top ones do, but oh well. Alright, we're in business. Alright, and then the last one would be the casing on top. There's only 4 machines for these, so it's really not much. So the total amount we will have is 571.5, or it's 517.5 on each group. We're dividing that by 150, so it's 3.45 machines is what you need. We've got less than that now, though. So I know that I need 4 machines, so I'll just build those 4, but we'll clock them now to whatever that other number was we just saw recently. 351, I think, right? Yeah, 351. And now we're saying 351 divided by 4 machines is what we'll have. Each of them need to do 87.75. I don't know if they should be further back or further forward, but for now we'll just build them forward. And I guess they could just be in a line. They don't need to be top and bottom. You can even do that just manually. It's just a few machines. How hard could it be? Alright, so we say you're now making casing. And we want you to make 87.75. Copy that, 78% paste. And for that, we need 6, 12, 18, 24, about 240 copper. Fill these guys up with the crap in my inventory. Nothing goes to waste. I said that and I forgot, obviously I have to do all the inputs. It's not many, but it's more than I already considered. Damn it, I'm gonna get the job done. Hello, Satisfactory People, says Hans Schmidt. I want to get into this game and already watch some tutorials, but I don't know if I'll really like this game and invest many thousands of hours into it. Any advice? Well, that's completely personal and subjective, isn't it? You say you don't know if you'll like it. I guess you'd have to say, like, what is it about it that you're not sure about? Have you played other factory games before? Would be the first question, I guess. So, automation games such as Factorio, Dyson Sphere Program, anything like that? And if not, then we'll see what else might be similar that you may have played. Cheese Toast says, Hans, I think it's less investing thousands of hours, more solving problem after problem and designing an entire world. I think he wants the game to sink thousands of hours into, from how I read it. I'll get started on something and then look up and see I've spent 4 hours on it. Yeah, it's a total sandbox. To your other question, your other point. These are taking in, at the moment, I'll make them Mark II because they'll need that in the future. The aluminum definitely needs to be Mark II, but eventually Mark III, so let's just get that ready. Then they need a fat 5 belt between them. Oh, it's quite dark. I like to be in the shadows. Right, so a secondary copper line is gonna have to come in this way. Not factory games in particular, but I played a lot of Foxhole. It's like, I know what it is, yeah. War simulation game, make war supplies and deliver them. Yeah, so the closest thing that you can get to something like this and knowing if it's for you, it's just other sandbox games, like creative games, sort of like a City Skylines or even a Minecraft to an extent, in my opinion, or a No Man's Sky. These types of games that are really slow-paced, chill, you focus on building a lot, and it's kind of about how you want to approach things rather than following a set guideline. Like Foxhole is obviously nothing like this, right? Foxhole is an isometric squad, well, not even squad, just a massive multiplayer logistics game. I guess if you like the logistics actually of Foxhole, you might like this. Anno 1800 or Anno, any Anno game, ANNO, those kind of things. So it's really tough. If you've never played anything like that, then it's like hard to know if you'd be into it or not, you know? It's really hard to know because it's like, oh man, you could be, but you just never know. Like really difficult to tell. It would just be like you'd have to try a version of it and then be like, do I like this? I mean, what's the most approachable type of game like this? It might be this one because this is pretty friendly, casually speaking, like for your first time. Playing a game like this is pretty friendly, and you can play it multiplayer, so if you did want to play with a friend, you could do that, or multiple. You could play on servers with people. Like, I think a game like Factorio might be really hardcore to get into as your first factory game. But a game like Anno 1800, I would say, is blurring the lines between a city builder and a factory game. So it's like, that could be a good jumping in point if you play city builders. I don't like the frontline part, but I really enjoy LARPing in the backline, making stuff and building facilities. Yeah. Here's a question. Do you like trains? Typically, people who like this game like trains. Yeah, so my advice just generally, you know, would be like, if you like slow-paced, creative sandbox games, this is one of the best ones out there. It's super highly rated for a reason, and it's fairly mainstream, selling millions of copies. And if you didn't like this game, you probably just don't like those types of games, so that might be a good place just to start. That's what I would think, anyway. But yeah, it's hard. It would be hard for me to know. It's like, do I like a certain type of game that I've never tried before? It's like, you find it appealing, and you're like, yeah, maybe. But I've gone into games like Rust thinking I like it, and I'm like, ah, yeah, just, I don't really like it. Sometimes that just happens. Is that a serious question? Fuck yeah, I like trains. Then I think you'll love this game. Putting it mildly. To be honest, like, there's definitely a crossover of people who have an interest in trains and just trains in general and factory games, because they're usually a big part of them. And even if they aren't, it's just the idea of what you're doing with a train usually is what people like. It's not a guarantee, but it's usually a pretty good approximation. You know, I have a YouTube channel, and I guess another way to maybe see if it's for you is you could watch one of my videos on the game. Like, if you watch the first part, it shows you like what's the game like, and it shows you a lot of the concepts that you would I genuinely, I know it's my channel and everything, but I genuinely recommend watching that first video even for a bit, because you learn so much about what to do. A lot of people go into this game with certain expectations of what they think they should do, and it's not like an optimal thing or anything. It's more just like, people don't understand certain mechanics. They're not really explained that well. It's kind of a figure it out type game, and it saves you a lot of time. But if you, it's an hour long, but even if you watch like the first 10 minutes, you'll kind of know what the game is about then, and get the loop and understand, and you'll learn like, oh, how do I build and stuff. Watching a video like that from me or other creators, like, because what I'm doing now isn't really indicative. This is like late game kind of stuff. But if you want to know what the experience is really like for yourself, playing it for the first time, what's the first 30 minutes? Is this a good hook? Would I get into it? It's like, yeah, I've got 2,000 hours in the game, so you can definitely extract a huge amount of time out of it, for sure. especially with mods if you go crazy later. But just like a normal playthrough, the one I'd recommend is, yeah, I've got just quickly bring it up so people can see as well, just in future if they want to know. So, I mean, if you're a new subscriber, let's just say you go to What Darren Played, so my just channel, let's go into an incognito mode. Just go to my channel, get flashbanged. Obviously, because I'm live, this is here. But if I'm not live, normally the first video that's up here is like my Satisfactory, this one, right? Satisfactory 1.0 Let's Play Desert Start. So yeah, this video will just tell you a lot straight away, and if you get about 10-15 minutes into it, you'll understand and know what you do in this game, especially early on. And then this kind of shows you as it gets more and more complex over time. And it doesn't spoil anything, it's just how you know, the start of the game. It could be worth checking out if you're really like undecided. Because I do think watching a streamer, not just myself, but other ones who are building these really large, complicated things, it might look not that interesting at some point, because we're building really big now. When you're at the beginning of the game, there's lots happening, and it's a bit more rewarding. Not needed anymore. Alright, we're almost at the end. So this is going to go along the top, so I just need to feed in the power and then the ingots here. Cut that for a minute, cut that. Not pretty to look at, lots of belt vomit. In my world? How dare you? Or are you talking about the early game? Early game, it's belt vomit. But I suppose this is a bit like, what's going on? But we could walk over there, and it looks nice over that part of the factory. Well, we've made it look good. Right, so we need this. Need to get this to the right height, so roughly I think we're looking at there. Oh. No, when you first start? Okay, yeah, good. So 12 meters up, please. We go down the entire length, but I guess we'll just go to the edge. He'll be one of those people we'll see in like 2 years, and they'll be like, here's what I built in some mega giga train world. And we'd like never hear from him again. like Anakin in Star Wars, like, my god, what have I done? Created a monster. Yeah, that's right, Star Wars reference, okay? Deal with it. Right, that's the casing. These together, please. We have a merger that looks nicer than this. One, please. What have I done? Poor Anakin. I like to work out numbers, solving problems, and efficiency. You'll love it, man. You'll love it. And when you play a little bit of this, try Factorio. Even better. It depends what you actually like. If you really like just pure efficiency and stuff in numbers, Factorio might be your go-to game. This one's 3D. Factorio is a top-down 2D game. Not dissimilar from Foxhole, I guess, in that regard. Although it's just straight-up 2D, top-down. Bit more complicated, less UI help and stuff like that. Like you bit more hardcore. This game's a bit more friendly, easy on the eye. It's 3D world, movement feels good and stuff. Factories look good when you're done with them, if you want. But if you don't care about the looks of things as much, Factorio is kind of considered the better game in some regards. They do different things, to be fair, but if you only could play one, Factorio probably gives you even like more time out of it. You have more. It's an infinite world in Factorio. This world is on a big map. So in some regards, I kind of point people to that game. Normally, I reserve that for people who are like really advanced. It's like, yeah, you're done with Satisfactory, now play Factorio. Although you can from the beginning. Dyson Sphere is almost like a mix of the two. The belt is too long. We are losing objective butter. What I say when I'm out of butter. That don't look right. Problem, man. So this stuff here, this is all temporary, you know. The way these belts come out, we'll try to make them look a bit better once we decide where they're gonna go. But for now, to keep the factory running, they're just going into these machines, and it's causing me to build these really weird looking things. But really, they could be brought down close to the machines and then decided like what we do with them then. But there you go. There's our casing. It's moving rapido at the moment, but we're making like what, 100 per machine or something. 87.75. 87.75 times 4. The 351, that's an interesting number because that's the exact amount of ingots that are going in here. Are they 1-to-1? No. How's that possible? 18 smelters running at 19.5. 18 times 19.5. 351. Okay. The 351 then is supposed to roll in here. Have I added this up wrong? I might have. Oh yeah, because I did 517.5 divided by 4. Then I said 351 divided by 4 is 87.5. Ah, my bad. 87.5 is the number that we need to set these to. For now. What's the number out of 150? This is out of 150, so, and then times 100, so we need to set it to 58.5%. Okay. There we go. Copy that, just paste that down. That'll be the correct rate. So in the future, they'll be up higher than this, but for now, that's the way they need to be until we get that better belt speed later in the game. Oh man, well there we go. That's probably going to be it for today. So we did the trains, they're connected, we did the logic, of most of the logic, not all of it, and assembly. We have our assembly. So what's next is doing the assembly for, well, there's loads of things we could do. The next thing I'd really like to do in this place is make the fluid tanks. We make the fluid tanks down at the end, we don't need copper for that. We send that down to the turbo fuel factory, or the rocket fuel factory. We make rocket fuel, then drones will fly out towards these different places. Now, to use lots of drones, we'll need to automate radio control units. We can build drone facilities and things like that. So we have the casing now, have the computers. I don't think I make crystal oscillators, so that could be an interesting thing to try. I have a huge amount of crystal, quartz crystal, and AI limiters. But I don't think I've got much rubber, so we'd have to be tapping oil and building a new oil facility and stuff. That could be fun. Well, we're not done with this place. It's still going to be actively in development. Well, I'll really have to make a good log of it, because I'll be coming back here frequently to decide, okay, like we've got this much aluminum, what do we want to do with it? Can we make more casing? Can we bring more copper up? That kind of thing. It's like, all right, now let's make some heat sinks. Okay, we have to make sheet, etc., etc. 30 kilometers square is plenty of space for me. Is there a height limit? Eventually, but it's really high. You don't go all the way up to that. I just happened to look up. But, I don't know what it is, but it's very high. There is an achievement for reaching the height. Speaking of Star Wars references, did you see Construction's creations in Satisfactory? The man's insane. No, I haven't actually. He's making Star Wars stuff, is he? I may have seen on... I browse the subreddit every now and then, so I see things. I think I've seen a Death... What do they call it? Star Destroyer before. For some reason I always leave crystal oscillator. Yeah, crystal oscillators are this like middle in-between product that you don't fully need. We've got a quartz crystal factory there that's done in brutalist style. And we would need to bring over AI limiters. So the AI limiters are made here. Make 150 per minute. We could ship the crystal... This is hooked up to a road network, so you could drive it somewhere. Or just get a train and bring it like somewhere across and connect it into our new train lines. Connect them via rail. I have to decide what to do. But requiring rubber would be the complicated part, so... I think the only rubber and plastic I have at the moment is down in this little spot here. It's a really small spot. And it's a very small amount. It's just to build with. I don't think I make it anywhere else. Maybe the Coke factory, actually? Yeah, I guess I do make it at the Coke factory. These running okay, 96%. That's just as they're building up, I'm sure, because they are full. Yeah. So we could make this a... Well, I'll just leave it as is. I don't have to set these up. Next time I play, I'll set these up with dimensional depots, so we could just get these resources wherever we are. Alright, let's head back in. It's coming together quite nicely though, actually, I think. Especially on this side, now that we did some of the cosmetics. As we bleed this style out to this side, I think it could end up looking quite good. Like, better than I thought it would. Get some of that signage around. I'll need to start making notes of this factory, because otherwise I'll just forget when I leave it. A few things that need to be colored a bit. Oh yeah, we gotta dress up the train stations as well. Using all your coal, eh? That's one thing I never really accounted for, is how much coal we need. I don't think I made the miners for coal Mark III, and they probably need to be. It's never run short. But that's one thing I haven't looked at. I'll do some tree clearance as well, like as well. Yes. So I cannot build at the top of the space belt elevator. No, you can get... Let's see. I don't have my space elevator built right now. Like the actual connection point. You can just destroy it whenever you want. To the space elevator, I'd say you could get like halfway up there. That's about it, maybe. Maybe, yeah. With mods, you can go all the way up. Not supposed to be viewed up there. It's just not like highly detailed or anything. So... You know, out of like walls, this is a 4-meter wall. I don't know, you could probably have about... Maybe I could just look this up for you. Like, what is the height limit? Yeah, so you've got a total of 2,400 meters of this axis to play with. The Z-axis. Apparently it goes to 1997 meters in the sky, and it goes down below 0 to negative 244. So, quite a bit. Out of curiosity, so that's about 2,200. Actually slightly more than that. So you can build straight up 550 of these. That's 10. So that gives you an idea of how high you can go. Pretty high. Cyberpunk City he made? I haven't seen anything to do with him. The rocket fuel will be the next thing. So in order to get the rocket fuel out properly, we actually have to lower the clock speed of these generators. That was always the plan. It means lowering the amount of power we make. Then all our drones will be able to run. So we're making 72498. That's why it's such a weird number. I think we'll be making like 70 flat. So 2,400 megawatts of power will be packaged for drones to use, which is way more than they need. But it'll keep us going for a very long time. I'm gonna play vanilla, to be honest. Yeah, I agree with that. Play vanilla until you either beat the game or get a decent way through it, and then you know what you're doing if you want to throw on additional things and mods. All good still, yeah. Excellent. Everything's working. Everything's working. Was that there a minute ago? Alright, I think we're going to wrap it up there. So I'll be back next week. Wednesdays and Thursdays. Oh, by the way, on Monday, I'll have a video for Anno 117. Got to play the game about a week ago now. So over the weekend, I'm going to be making that video. But that's the embargo. I think we're allowed to say it. They've said it. So check that out. It's going to be good. At least, I highly recommend people play or check out Anno, just as a game generally. Now, this one's crazy because, let me back up. If you like factory games, Anno is basically a factory game disguised as a city builder. It's less about populations and stuff. It's more about like, this building makes a minute. You know, it takes in iron and coal, and it takes a minute to make steel beams. You use those to make something else. Use that to make something else. It's exactly a factory game. It's built on a grid. It's all like, and there's a big statistics panel. There's more, honestly, factory statistics in that game than this game. It would be good if they had the productivity statistics screen that game has. Anyways, but so whether or not you try it out, irregardless, this one, I loved Anno 1800, and then this one is set in the Roman era, and that's my favorite era, just generally for a game and just for settings in general. So can't say how I felt about it. We'll have to just see in the video. But obviously, I've been very excited to try it. So, yeah, I hope people do check that video out. But yeah, that's going to be it for me. Thanks very much for hanging out today. Again, shout out to DR with the massive 500 super chat. I mean, it's obviously insane. So thank you. And I think we just got one channel membership other than that. But obviously, this is obviously more than carries the stream for a long time. So thank you. And yesterday was a huge amount for support as well. So appreciate it. All the channel memberships. There was gifted memberships and stuff as well. Not that it all comes down to that. It's great that you guys are here too. The streams are viewing well and everything also. So just thank you. I've been having a blast building this factory, and I'm really happy with just one last look at the outside of it. With our collaborative effort of how it should look, I think it looks pretty good from the outside. On this side, this is the side that's kind of done now. And I think it looks pretty cool. Like a big facility. So pretty happy with that. I don't know if I should stand on a railway track like this, but I think it looks pretty good. So there's still loads to do. Building like little rooftops on these train stations. You know, if I'm going to activate this train line properly, it kind of means that we should almost rebuild the train line. And that wouldn't be too bad. The station staying in the same place would be okay. And I could rebuild the train line outside of it. That might be the thing to do next time. Because we're having problems with that. Because it wasn't meant to be expanded. It obviously works fine on its own, but adding loads of trains and junctions to it causes issues because they're supposed to kind of go to the same ones. But instead of having bypasses around it, we could just make the actual train line be a little further out, going around these existing stations, and then cut into them. That would be that's the normal way to do things, right? So probably should do that. Other than that, yeah, putting little domes on each one of these, adding the pillar supports beneath the stations and the rail line, I mean, that would look pretty good. And then continuing this theme out further over the stations here. And I want to put some lights and stuff underneath if we can. So much to do in terms of even just making it look good. And then obviously building more and extending it further. So we have a busy couple of days ahead of us. Wednesday, Thursday. So Wednesdays and Thursdays stream. Monday, new video. Trying to get a Satisfactory video squeezed in there somewhere. But Monday does kind of take priority because it's a big embargo with that game. But working on that Desert Series video too at the same time. So I'm really looking forward to that next one for Aluminum. Starting that project, as I feel like I've just mastered it. Having to do so much of it lately. Good. See if I eat those words later. Yes, thanks for DR sponsoring the stream and the factory today. That would be cool to put people's name. Do people do that? They must do, right? If you are a member or something, you get your name in the factory on a wall of fame or something for the one that we're currently building. That'd be kind of cool. Little incentivization. Anyone that drops a super chat gets like their name on the wall somewhere in this place, and then when we move on to another place, like it gets added in those ones. That could be kind of fun because I give out these save files, so it's kind of interesting. You'd be in there. Whatever. We'll see. Does it matter what type of foundation you use? No, you'll start with, you don't get other foundations till later anyway. The different cosmetics in the game and different colors and all that stuff, that comes later. When you start the game, you just start with, you actually don't even have foundations when you start. And eventually you unlock them. But you go to something called an awesome shop. So you build machines that you send things into, and they generate points. And you spend those points on cosmetics. And the cosmetics are different materials and stuff like that. But you don't need any of it. It doesn't do anything different. It's all visual, just visual stuff. Alright, that's going to be it for me. Thank you very much for watching. I'll be back on Wednesday and Thursday. Look out for the video Monday. If I don't see you, have a great weekend. Well, I won't see you over the weekend. That'd be weird. But I mean, if I don't see you next week, have a great weekend, week, rest of your life. Alright? Thanks for being here. Have a good one. Appreciate the support. I mean, 1 meter, 2 meter, 4 meter, doesn't make a difference. I generally advise 2 meter and 4 meter because a lot of the buildings work with 2 and 4. For ease, but you can use any. I mean, they hold up things all the same, if that makes sense. And they actually cost the same amount of material, whether it's 1, 2, or 4. So it's no problem either. Alright, bye-bye.